She does to swear in the panel, right? Is that, oh, I have to recognize, yes. Oh, did you have the, oh, no, hang on, I have to recognize my colleagues, okay? Yes. I'd like to recognize the finance chair, everybody be on their best behavior. The finance chair is here, Linda Lee, and Councilmember Hanks, a great member of this committee. And so, now what? You're going to do your thing?
You want to name them first?
What? Oh, yes. All right. So, this is why I need help. Okay. We have Lisa Garcia, the commissioner, Narissa Moray, right? The CFO, Beth DeFalco, of course. Tassos, right? Okay. Long last name. Okay. We'll go by Tassos. Okay. Paul Rush, who I mentioned already. Albert, you're killing me. Albert Kramer? Okay, very good. Yeah. If the chair is over 65 years old, it's just big letters. Big letters, that's what we're looking for. Yeah. Angela DeLillo. Angela, pleasure. Narissa Moray. Oh, yeah, again. Okay, again. I'm like, I remember that name, you know. Anastasios. Oh, again. Oh, okay, yeah. Duplicate, yeah. So now you have to do your thing. Okay.
Please raise your right hand.
I love my staff. They take care of the old man.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you.
Okay, and with that said, I have your testimony in sort of semi-large font. Yeah, until I get all my eye stuff taken care of, you know. As big a font as you can get away with would be appreciated, but this I can get by with. And so thank you very much. Madam Commissioner, please commence with your good testimony.
Great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Gennaro. Nice to meet you. And to the members of the committee and Chair Lee, thank you so much for having us. As mentioned, I'm Lisa Garcia, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Environmental Protection. I'm joined by Narissa Moray. I guess we don't have to go through it. Yeah. Okay, great. So I'm actually going to kick us off with a little bit of some personal reflections before we get to the testimony that's in front of you, because perhaps by next year I'll be like a true grown bureaucrat and we'll forget this. So I'm going to start out with my personal reflections, because I really am a fan of the department, and I appreciate, Chair, how you kicked it off by thanking everyone. Like so many New Yorkers, I have spent my entire life drinking New York City water, and of course flushing my toilet also, not giving a second thought to it. Even as someone who spent a career as an environmental lawyer, I hadn't fully appreciated the remarkable fact that most of our system is unfiltered. And so you mentioned the FAD and that you were part of it. Thank you so much. And it's protected by upstate in our upstate watersheds and reliably delivers some of the best drinking water on the planet. I was one of those snobby people traveling around the world talking about New York City's drinking water. But now, 1 month into my new role, I have a much deeper appreciation of the engineering marvel that operates 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, so that all of us can turn on that tap and drink this wonderful water. And of course, flush your toilet without worry. Our mostly unfiltered water supply travels through an extraordinary system that is truly an engineering marvel. Snow melt fills our reservoirs, especially for those who are new. All the way upstate, water travels through tunnels and aqueducts, even under the Hudson River, mainly through gravity, through additional reservoirs before it enters Tunnel 1, 2, and 3 and hits your tap in the city. Behind all of that is the about 6,000 DEP employees making it work. Engineers and scientists who ensure the system flows precisely as it should, who test our waters thousands of times along its journey. More than 200 DEP police, thank you, more than 200 DEP officers patrol and protect our watershed lands to keep the supply pristine. Construction teams and project managers are constantly upgrading and improving our infrastructure. Inspectors and attorneys ensuring compliance with state and federal regulations. Wastewater teams operating treatment plants and anaerobic digesters, and we can take a trip out there if you're interested to Newtown Creek to visit. But these systems, even nurturing little bugs that break down our waste and make sure that what is returned to our waterways is clean. While we slept through the nights, waking up to beautiful snowy days just last month, DEP crews were out there in the freezing cold repairing water main breaks and supporting the system's storm response by even helping to shovel the snow. Meanwhile, our administrative staff, HR, and public affairs teams keep the wheels running and make sure that all of us are aware of everything that's going on. Basically, the DEP every single day, thousands of dedicated professionals working behind the scenes so that, again, New Yorkers never have to think about it. Of course, we face real challenges. Flushable wipes that aren't truly flushable are mucking up the system, idling trucks and noise nuisance in our neighborhoods, more intense storms that create stormwater flowing into our pipes and overwhelm the system. Sea level rise and storm surges are flooding our coastal neighborhoods more frequently. Yet with every challenge, I've already seen how DEP teams rise to the occasion, innovating, adapting, and designing solutions to protect our drinking water and improve our quality of life. From expanding green infrastructure to advancing stormwater reduction initiatives to establishing the Bureau of Coastal Resiliency. So we took it now. So we have resiliency. Okay, don't worry about it. DEP is proactively preparing the city for the future. For all of that, I also want to thank DEP and everyone on my team for supporting that mission and waking up every day to deliver. And because it is a budget hearing, I want to highlight the important fact that you mentioned a little bit is that we are saving billions of dollars by avoiding the need to build a filtration plant, making New York City the only major city in the United States able to claim both this level of savings and this quality of water. One of the things I notice is that many people in DEP and even the city who understand this are in awe of this New York City water system that was built 100 years ago. More than that. And my goal in this role is to make sure that in 100 years from now, people look back at this city administration, at all of us, our great-grandchildren or great-great-grandchildren, are in awe of what we did today to protect the system. We understand the challenge, and DEP is ready to rise to the occasion, as you see, or continue to rise to the occasion. We have a responsibility to maintain this system and continuing delivering for future generations. So as the new commissioner, I'm honored to stand alongside our workforce and to advocate for the resources that we need to maintain and modernize this system and to meet the challenges of the 21st century. So with that, I will now discuss FY27, but I appreciate the time to be able to say that and share that. As I
How about the
mentioned,
quiz part here? You mentioned more than 100 years.
yeah, it's more than 100 years.
When did the Croton Reservoir come online?
18, what was it, '06? No.
No, 1842.
1842. Ding, 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 we got. Thanks, Paul.
When was the last reservoir to come online, and like when did that open? I'm
1960.
asking the commission.
Kensico Reservoir came online in 1964.
1964.
I thought it was 69. No.
No, it came online 64, emergency diversion.
Oh,
1967, we went into official operations per the decree amended in 1954, so we then had to start making releases. We started
so 67. yeah.
See, this is why you can never let go of
Paul,
Paul Rush.
I know.
That's how you
Paul,
can-
We need
do it.
to. We
You
need
can't do
that
it.
fund.
Yeah,
The how
can't
to
do that.
keep Paul fund. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So as we're talking about, right, DEP touches every New Yorker every single day. We deliver the water you drink. As you all know, New York City's drinking water is world
Now we're in the
renowned.
text, right? We're in the text.
Yes. Now
Okay.
it comes from the 19
Oh,
reservoirs.
I got to catch up.
Okay. So underneath what DEP does, I'm on the second paragraph, and why it matters.
Yep, got
It
it.
comes from 19 reservoirs and 3 controlled lakes across a nearly 2,000 square mile watershed in the Catskills and Hudson Valley, and as far as 125 miles away from the city. Because of, oh, and here's a picture. Do you guys have the
I got
picture
it.
of the map? Yeah, so
Yep.
you can see how far up north and west the water comes from. Because of decades of careful watershed protection, most of our water remains unfiltered, the largest unfiltered system in the country. That saves, as I mentioned, New Yorkers billions of dollars. Roughly 1,000 of DEP's almost 6,000 employees actually work north of the city around the watershed. And that's where Paul hails from and his team. Thousands more maintain the 7,000 miles of water mains and 7,500 miles of sewers that are water across the 5 boroughs. Every day we treat 1.3 billion gallons of water, of 1.3 billion gallons of New York's wastewater at the 14 facilities. Thanks to that work, the waters around our cities and in our harbor are also cleaner than they've been in 150 years. Like many agencies, we face hiring challenges. At the end of January, DEP has had approximately 800 vacancies. Despite our hiring challenges, DEP continues to serve New Yorkers, and we rely on overtime when necessary. We are working hard to fill the vacancies, and coming into this role, it's definitely a top priority for me to focus on hiring to improve our vacancy rates. There are many challenges that contribute to the vacancy rate. In some cases, there is simply competition for hiring people with the skill sets that we need. I'm sure you're hearing that from many other agencies. In other cases, there are unique issues that we're working to solve. For instance, the lack of a competitive police retirement plan,
Right.
which is a big issue that's come up lately for our DEP police. I mean, basically, I think that's an equity issue, that we just want to make sure that our officers retire with a similar police pension as all the other federal enforcement agencies and teams in the state. So that would mean that they would be able to retire after 25 years of service like other police officers. As a result of this kind of inequity, the recruits we train quickly leave to go to other police departments. The state legislature passed a bill last year to address this disparity, but unfortunately it was part of a package of bills that were vetoed by the governor. And we're hoping with all of your support that this year we'll get the bill passed. A little bit of our budget. DEP is funded almost entirely by our water and sewer ratepayers. That means we cannot get additional funding from other sources usually. Those funds can only be used for work related to the water and sewer systems. And when our costs rise, our ratepayers feel it. Much of our spending is driven by mandates legal mandates, I would say, federal, state, and regulatory requirements we must comply with to protect public health, which is an important piece of our work. These requirements must be balanced with our other priorities, including system expansion, modernization, and maintaining a state of good repair. Our nearly $34 billion 10-year capital plan is backed almost entirely by New York City ratepayer money. Over the next 10 years, DEP will invest $2.4 billion to keep our drinking water safe, reliable, and delicious. We'll spend almost $7 billion to upgrade the water mains that bring it to your tap and curbside fire hydrants. We'll invest almost $9 billion in sewer upgrades and expansions, and we'll spend almost $14 billion in water pollution control projects that keep New York City waters clean and beaches swimmable. As of the FY27 preliminary budget, DEP's expense budget for FY27 totals $1.7 billion. DEP's expense budget is predominantly funded by ratepayers. 92% is funded by water and sewer bills. This expense budget pays for operating costs related to the water and sewer system. Though we are mainly a utility, we are actually a hybrid agency due to our environmental compliance enforcement of the air and noise codes for the city and oversight of hazardous material abatement. This enforcement work is funded by city tax levy. As part of the FY27 November plan, DEP received an additional 30 positions starting in FY26 to help support asbestos and idling enforcement. Which was great that we have the additional positions. And we're working hard to fill those new positions. A top priority for DEP right now is maintaining, as you mentioned, Chair Gennaro, our filtration avoidance determination, known as the FAD, for the Catskill, Delaware water supply system. Most cities must filter surface drinking water. We don't have to because of this filtration avoidance determination. It's a waiver granted based on our decades of investment. I was going to say by the EPA, but that's, sorry, that's my old federal hat. Okay, it's a waiver granted based on our decades of investment and in our watershed protection. Maintaining the FAD saves billions of dollars in filtration plant construction and hundreds of millions in annual operating costs. Avoiding that cost helps New York City rates lower, continues to help it be lower than the national average for other large cities. The FAD is up for renewal in 2027, and we will begin negotiations with the State Department of Health this year to get to that point of renewal at the end of 2027. This renewal will not simply be a continuation of what we've been doing for the last this renewal will not simply be a continuation of what we've been doing for the last decades. It will make sure that we get to the next FAD. The climate has changed, as I mentioned before. Risks have changed. We are reassessing what's needed to protect the system going forward. We have convened a national scientific advisory panel to evaluate emerging risks, and we're drafting a public white paper outlining those risks and proposed program updates before the negotiations of the FAD begin. But there is no question that maintaining the FAD is essential to affordability. Speaking of affordability, our water remains one of the best bargains in New York City. It costs less than 2 cents per gallon. And we're committed to keeping it that way because when people are able to pay their bills, we're able to continue investing in the system. In FY25, we brought in $4.75 billion, exceeding our expected revenue by more than $400 million. This was one of the main drivers that allowed us to keep the water rate increase low for FY26. And we're on pace to exceed our expected revenue again in FY26. We know we're living in an incredibly expensive economy. DEP takes extensive measures to improve affordability for our ratepayers and help people pay their bills, even as more money is needed to maintain and upgrade our infrastructure. That's why we've continued expanding customer assistance programs. They include our Home Water Assistance Program, which allows low-income households to save up to $159 annually, approximately 13% on the average annual residential bill. The Multifamily Water Assistance Program provides a $250 per apartment bill credit for eligible affordable rentals each year. Our leak forgiveness program provides generous forgiveness when customers experience a leak, so long as they fix the leak. And and we offer discounted rates for eligible multifamily properties that prepay their annual bills and maintain water efficiency measures. But when people don't pay their bills, that cost is borne by all of those who do. We strive to make it easy as possible for all New Yorkers to pay their water bills. But we also understand that sometimes people go through a difficult time and may fall behind. To support these individuals, we have a number of relief programs in place. One is our Water Debt Assistance Program, which allows qualified customers to defer their debt and avoid enforcement action. We've created more flexible terms for the leak forgiveness and meter bill cap programs to allow more applications, and we continue to explore ways to improve these programs. We offer credits for customers with medical exemptions from service terminations to help them keep their certifications and avoid service termination. We recently increased reimbursements for customers who install their own meters. We also offer extremely flexible payment agreements that allow customers to pay off their debts over as long as 10 years. These agreements are personalized to meet each customer's needs. Anyone, regardless of financial status, is eligible. And as I like to say, DEP is here to help. So to all your constituents, DEP is here to help. We really want to make sure that people figure out how to get into financial good standing with DEP. And so there's all these several programs. To further our efforts to keep rates as low as possible for our customers, we are constantly looking for other ways to save money by operating as efficiently and effectively as possible. We're modernizing operations using drones, digital asset tracking, and AI to lower long-term costs. And we continue advocating for more state and federal aid so New York City receives its fair share of environmental funding. Because municipality and population caps on grants and zero-interest financing result in New York City getting only a small portion of environmental funds available statewide. And we continue to work on that piece also. As we mentioned, climate change is here. The four most intense rainfall events in the past 50 years have all occurred since 2021. This fall, we saw a storm that brought 1 inch of rain in 10 minutes. That's the equivalent of 6 inches of rain per hour, and that's a lot. Our infrastructure was simply not designed for that. New York City's water and sewer infrastructure is a century-old system, or more than a century, as we established. We know it requires a renewed long-term commitment to modernization, and we have a responsibility to not pass a deteriorating or inadequate system onto the next generation. Strategic, sustained investment ensures clean, reliable water and sewer services for all New Yorkers and protects public health and the environment. Without proactive investment, the city faces expensive emergency responses, federal penalties for discharges, and escalating system failures. We also know that investing in our infrastructure saves us money in the long run. The $34 billion capital plan includes major investments across all 5 boroughs, including $621 million for the construction of Gowanus CSO retention facility in Brooklyn. That's the combined sewer overflow, CSO. Over $500 million for wastewater treatment upgrades in the South Bronx, over $500 million for wastewater treatment upgrades in Harlem, over $400 million for wastewater treatment upgrades in Port Richmond, Staten Island, and $2 billion out of $2.8 billion in total funding for the build-out of storm sewers in southeast Queens to address chronic flooding. As we seek to modernize our infrastructure, we are not just tackling enormous projects with regional significance. We are also focused on projects that will have meaningful impacts in our communities at the block level. No project is too small. Since July of 2024, DEP has upgraded and modernized 3,273 catch basins. These are the grates located at the curb that drain rainwater or snowmelt when from streets to the sewer, which are crucial during these rain events and help drain the water, especially to avoid flooding. We will spend $1.5 million a year to continue these upgrades across the city. We will upgrade approximately 1,700 catch basins in FY26. The agency has already completed 1,100 or more than 1,100 of those upgrades since July. The upgrades pair improved catch basin grates in the road with slotted manhole covers on the sidewalk. It's like you really need a picture to understand this. But basically, it improves the drainage when you have those slotted manhole covers too. If the catch basin grate becomes blocked by litter or leaves, the slotted manhole covers and those catch basins are a problem if there's litter on them. And so this is why we're working on cleaning up those catch basins so that they drain to the basin below. We have already installed 427 slotted manhole covers citywide since 2024. Our work extends north of the city, protecting our water supply in the face of a changing climate. The 10-year capital plan includes $1.1 billion towards a tunnel to add resiliency and critical redundancy for the Kensico Reservoir, $1 billion towards the upgrade of the Ashokan Reservoir, $351 million towards upgrades for the Hillview Reservoir, and $25 million towards upgrades to the Gilboa Dam at the Schoharie Reservoir. We are also taking a smarter approach to stormwater planning, combining traditional sewer upgrades with nature-based solutions like rain gardens, blue belts, and cloudburst hubs. And we've also identified 86 citywide priority flooding areas in the stormwater analysis so that we can focus investments where flooding is the most severe. New Yorkers are demanding action on flooding, and we hear them, and we are responding. Equity is not a side initiative. Anyone who knows me knows that equity and environmental justice are central to my priorities, and it's central to our capital planning. We have major investments in all boroughs in historically underserved communities. They include $113 million for significant sewer and stormwater upgrades as part of the Jewel Streets neighborhood plan on the Brooklyn-Queens border. $335 million to upsize sewer and address decades-long chronic flooding around Knickerbocker Avenue in Bushwick. And we're also focusing our free federally funded lead service line replacements in areas with some of the lowest income New Yorkers, starting in the South Bronx and expanding into Flushing, Queens. We're directing resources towards communities that have been overlooked, underserved for decades. We know infrastructure is not just pipes and tunnels. It's about fairness. It's about public health, as you started, Chair Gennaro, and it's about quality of life. Looking ahead, we face real challenges, rising costs, workforce vacancies, and extreme weather, but we also have one of the greatest water systems in North America, built by generations who planned ahead. It's now our responsibility to do the same. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to working closely with all of you and the council to protect public health, strengthen resilience, and ensure every New Yorker benefits from our work. And with that, we are happy to answer any questions. I know you brought up some, but we are...
Sure.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to share that.
It's great to have you and your excellent team here. It always makes us feel good when you come out in force with the whole team, and nothing like having the whole brain trust here to get the best out of the hearing.
It helps, especially since I've only been here for a month. So
Yeah. Let me give some shout outs to special people in your agency. Your Queensborough Commissioner, Alfonso Lopez.
yeah,
Right. Yeah,
leaving.
he's terrific.
He's leaving.
Everybody.
Yes, he's great. I know he's
Did I s-
leaving.
Alfonso.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I said he's leaving at the end of this week, right?
Tomorrow's his last.
Yeah.
What's going on? What happened?
He did such a great job. They
Yes.
poached him.
Who's they?
I don't know if he's announced where he's going. He's staying in the city. I think he's going to go work for deputy mayor
Okay.
for health. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're not really losing him. We're
Yeah, the
just
city isn't losing him.
going to bother him in a different department.
Yes.
And the fellow you have working in Albany for you, Shams
Oh,
Tarek.
yeah.
Is he here?
Shams is here.
Oh, Shams is here. Okay.
Helped prepare us
Yeah.
for this. Yeah.
Yeah. So shout out from the chair.
Thank
You
you.
more than deserved. And yeah, what I was going to do just procedurally in terms of this members and staff, there are chair questions for DEP. There are committee questions for DEP. We have no shortage of questions. I think I'll just kind of go through your statement and ask a couple of questions that just seem to pop out.
Yeah,
Just
sure. Let's go.
Areas that I've highlighted. What's that? Oh, yes. And we're joined by Councilmember Sanchez. And a great addition to our small but impactful committee. We're only 5 members, but we make it work.
Yeah.
You know,
Thank you.
because of Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, I saw him he was at an event in Queens. He killed it. It was great. So, yeah. At the, yeah, so yeah, I made some notes on your statement, and you know, I don't want to you know, dwell too much on the scourge that is the rental payment. But you know, that was kind of this is really more for, you know, the OMB director, you know, who I'm sure is putting it in the budget. You know, Mayor de Blasio did very little in terms of taking the rental payment, which legally he's allowed to, you know, he was allowed to take. His logic, which made a lot of sense, was that, you know, the rental payment was brought into existence and I worked for OMB in 1984, 83, 84, 85, when this idea was hatched, when we had to get, you know, DEP to like a self-funding way of doing business, you know, to get them out, because they were online with the Department of Ed and everyone else, and they were eating the city's capital budget alive. People were paying frontage rates for water. It was a joke, and so it made sense to do what happened, get the state involved, create the water board, and the Water Finance Authority. You know, give the Water Finance Authority the ability to go to the financial markets and borrow money. And it would be like a fee for service thing. It all made sense. But of course, there was a big pile of pre-1985 general obligation debt. Who was going to pay that? The city felt like they were like subsidizing water ratepayers for a long time by accepting, you know, pennies in terms of frontage charges for all this water and all this build out. And the Water Finance Authority, they're like, so the city didn't want to pay it, you know, and the Water Finance Authority was like, don't look at us. We're brand new. We didn't borrow this money. We're not paying it. And so the rental payment was born, and it was equal to exactly what the rent of the debt service on the pre-1985 existing, you know, general obligation, DEP, capital debt, fine. So that's what it was every year, to the penny. And that money came in from the ratepayers and went to pay off the debt. All good. At a certain point, but the Trojan horse was in there, which is the rental payment shall be the annual debt service of the pre-1985 general obligation debt, or 15% of the Water Finance Authority debt service, whichever amount is higher. So at a certain point during the Bloomberg administration, the lines crossed, so to speak. And so the debt service, let's say, was 50 million, and and 15% of the Water Finance Authority debt was, let's say, 60 million. Bloomberg would take the 60, which he was entitled to, pay off the 50 million in general obligation debt pre-1985, and put the $10 million in the general fund. $10 million. Who cares? It's rounding error. Now, so when de Blasio was in office, the pre-1985 debt was paid off. No reason to keep taking this money just to supplement the city's general fund. And so, and the Adams administration didn't do it for the first 2 years, but then in the last 2 years, they jumped in both feet. 1 year, like 2 years ago, they did $440 million, which was the rental payment for that year, plus half of the rental payment from the year before. So $440 million, which they didn't pay for in real time. You know, every rate point is about $40 million, like give or take. And so $440 million should have meant 11 points on the rate to go up. Give that to the ratepayers. But the ratepayers got, in that cycle, they paid, you know, it was 3.1 rate points, you know, between $120, $130 million to pay $440 million. Where'd that money come from? It came from the reserves. So it was a way to sort of cushion the blow. And then the Adams administration figured, as long as we're just doing this, why don't we just baseline it? Let's just stick them. You know what I mean? No one knows about this. So it was baselined. And so now we're looking at, you know, rental payments, $300 million plus, as far as the eye can see, $300 million, about $8 million on the rate points. At a certain point, we're going to have to pay for that with like real money from like the real ratepayers, and not depend upon just the on just the reserves, because at a certain point, the people who like holding the bonds, they don't get too happy if you just keep taking money out of the system, and taking down your reserves. They like big cushy reserves. That's what leads to bonds that are rated the way we're fortunate enough to have them rated. That's not going to last forever. And so just letting Councilmember Lee know that I'm going to be having a serious discussion with the OMB director about the non-sustainability of the rate payment, of the rental payment. And I said, I know everybody here in this room hates it. I know you hate it because look at everything that we have to do. As I go through your statement, we have a big initiative to, we've got a 1.75, inches per hour kind of standard in a lot of the city, which I think we want to, bump that up to 2.1 or whatever it's going to be. But that is going to take, generations to do. And it's going to take a lot of money. We got areas of the city that are 1.5 inches per hour, other areas that are 1 inch per hour. And in Southeast Queens, we have zero, nothing. And so I was glad to see in your statement that, we're really dedicating a lot, to giving, Southeast Queens, or at least parts of it, something in the way of stormwater relief. So you should take that back to OMB and say, Gennaro's really pissed, about what you're, because it's just, this is the ultimate kicking the can down the road. And so $440 million and you're charging the rate, charge them or whatever. If this administration is like, wants to reach into the piggy bank, then he should make the case to the ratepayers that 9 points of the rate is coming off, because I want to take water and sewer money and send you think when you write out your check, my constituents, that you're paying for water and sewer. Guess what? That's not the case. A lot of it, hundreds of millions of dollars, are going to fund other operations of the city. And it's like the most regressive tax I can think of. You're charging people based on how much water they use. Now, I go to parts of Manhattan, I look around, everyone's going on vacation for 2 months out of the year. They're eating out every night. But my constituents on Jamaica Avenue with those 4 or 5 kids, they're getting, they use more water per capita the less income you have. They're not going out to eat at night. They're not going on vacation, and so it's a very, very, regressive tax. I don't know who the budget director is, but before the hearing on the 25th, Linda, I will endeavor to find out like who it is. And I will be, okay, let me just poke through your statement, and then I'll open it up to the chair and other members, and then I'll come back to my questions, because I'm going to be here for the, duration anyway. Let's see the first mark I made on my page here. About the police retirement thing, I've always had, an affinity for that, police force, and what steps are we taking to make sure? So it was passed by both houses,
Yes.
but the governor vetoed it, right?
Yeah.
And so, if you need the council as a body, to do a resolution to do that, because right now they're not even, they can't retire in 20 or 25 years. They're not even. They're like, what's their status as employees? Are they? I mean, certainly they're considered peace officers,
Yeah,
but
like
they're not
they're
in like
civil.
a, but they're not represented by like a police officer union, right? Aren't or like
They have a union.
yeah? How do they do collective bargaining? Like who represents them?
Yeah, they do have a union, but
Yeah,
they
they
are
do.
civil service. I mean, they have
Yeah.
their pension is the same as ours.
Right. So they don't get
Wait,
any
yeah.
special
No.
consideration for their for their police duties.
Yeah. And I liken it to like DEC, the conservation cops. They
Right, I
have
used to be deputy
the
commissioner
recognition.
there.
Yeah,
I didn't
that's
like
why
it.
I said it.
like it. I really didn't.
But why not have that parity, right? Like they're this,
Right,
like
it's
with
one
all
thing-
the other law enforcement
Correct.
units. Yeah,
Correct.
exactly.
And
Yeah.
so,
we
the
appreciate
governor,
that. Yeah.
that will be, note to staff like that'll be part of our resolution, that the governor vetoes this thing, even though we have the DEC cops that are, get treated like cops, and the city cops don't get to be treated like cops. And how
And
does
they're
that help her?
protecting our most
Yeah, like how does that
our
help her?
natural resource. Yeah.
She care?
Yeah.
What does she care?
Well,
That's
I
a
don't know.
rhetorical
I'll
question,
turn
but
my mic off.
you know what I mean. All right, so so we look forward to working with you on that. If you need a little help from us, then we're happy to do that.
Yeah, we appreciate that. And so Shams is helping to work, as you
Yeah,
mentioned. Yeah,
Shams
so we'll
is,
make
you
sure
know,
that.
he
Yeah.
can
Thank you
be-
so much.
It can be formidable when it comes to stuff like that. Now, we're talking about the FAD. It's up for renewal in 2027. I remember having, we're way past the mid-course review and all that. We're just like on the doorstep of the renewal. And I liked it better in the old days when EPA retained primacy, which was for the first 2-year fads, first 2 5-year fads.
5 years. Yeah.
Right. And so then
Department of
and
Health.
then they felt comfortable enough to hand it over to the state health department. Now, like the state has its own concerns. I know that they want to, live up to the FAD and keep it going to the extent that they care, because it's only going to come out of the city's pocket anyway. And the state's never been real concerned about what we pay out of our pocket. But I'm wondering if you think, and I don't want to put you on the spot here, in your dealings with the state in this upcoming renewal of the FAD, I can only imagine that the state has, we have our view of the reservoirs and what they're for. But if you're from New York State, they might want to try to use them for flood control and and things that they were not really meant for. Are you running into anything like that in your conversations with the state?
No, I mean, I think right now we're in line in talking to them about what is going to be needed, what they want to see. I know that there's been a lot of investments in some of the upstate projects.
Right.
And hold on a second, I do have some notes on that. But I would say right now we're happily beginning that negotiation, and through the year you'll see more of that happen.
Okay, because I'm sure that
There's been investments, yes, of the trying to preserve the land and land acquisitions, major sewer and wastewater treatment upgrades. So they do, push a little bit on that. And also the
They're
agricultural
pushing for
runoff.
Land Act. You say that they're still pushing for Land Act, right?
No, on the upgrades to the
On the
systems.
upgrades,
Yeah,
but
I think
in-
we came to an agreement on the land acquisition piece that we would slowly start reducing land acquisition
we're
and
still-
only
we're still
purchase the
doing it.
high value.
Right, like around Kensico,
Yeah,
stuff
yeah,
like
exactly.
that. You know, 'cause-
And so, like I said, we're beginning. We're talking to the state and the Department of Health, and that'll be an ongoing
okay.
process.
Now, make sure you, when you have these discussions, that you mention Paul Rush's connection to West Point and him having all the cadets at his disposal.
You want to add anything?
So
Paul, do you want to add anything?
I'm just saying, if they want to get rough, you know, they
I
want to get
think
rough,
we're
we can play
trying to
rough.
right now, since it's the beginning.
Kidding. I'm
We're
kidding. Yeah,
we're in good standing.
yeah. You know, because it's like the state has their own view
Yeah.
of what they.
Well, they're the
Picture an
regulatory
ideal-
agency. Yeah, good.
No, you'd have to come and be in a microphone and say hi. Why don't you just do that?
Yeah.
Okay, this is Paul Rush going to be speaking. Yeah. So you don't have to state your name. I just stated it. Yeah.
Press the button. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just wondering about the state, and because they have their own, you know, legitimate concerns about flooding and stuff like that. And no, we have all these reservoirs up there. Like, wouldn't it be nice to kind of, you know, make some kind of arrangement where in certain situations, you know, we won't, you know, we've got a lot of issues with keeping the FAD. You know, we had a very good run, but with, and in keeping the land, you know, pure and pristine and buying it and having more, you know, fauna up there that are doing what fauna do in the woods, you know, and this is having an impact. And so,
Well, wait, before Paul starts, we have every intention to 100% continue with the FAD into the long future that it
right,
is.
just as long as, so, I mean, if it's going okay, and you tell me it's going okay, then I'll just believe you and not worry.
Yep. So, as you correctly stated, we've had the FAD for more than 30 years. Things have changed over the course of 30
Right.
years, but we're 100% committed to preserving that as long as we possibly can.
Right.
In terms of the discussion, the outlook of the state health department believes that as well. And in terms of operating the reservoirs differently, you know, we had those big storms in the early 2009. We did a lot to change our operations
Right.
to the reservoirs to release more cold water when it's helpful for the environment. Also improve the flood attenuation capacity of our reservoirs in ways that did not affect our safe yield or delivery of water to New York City. And that was thanks to investments we've made in modeling to better understand the system so we
Right.
could be a good neighbor upstream and downstream.
Right.
We will continue to do that. We're making investments now to better understand climate change's impacts on the system long term. You know, we have an historical record goes back more than 100 years in terms of our operations, but we'll be completing the next few years changing that data to take into account climate change so we can better understand risks and ways we can operate with the focus being on delivering water to our customers, but doing it in ways that is helpful also for stakeholders upstream and downstream. And the tremendous reduction in our demand in city over the course
Right.
of years has really made this possible. So I think we're in a really good position as we go into preparing for the FAD, and the discussions will lead up to the FAD in 2027.
Right. I think also, just as a, you know, to put a big scary number out there, I don't know if I remember back in the day, you know, in the mid 90s, you know, the cost of like one of the reasons why we went all out as we did. First of all, it's better policy to have a, you know, to have a water supply that's not filtered. It's better policy, rather than make it into a toilet and you're dependent upon some gadget at the end of the line to get all the problems out. I mean, you know, it just, you know, we all know what happened in Milwaukee, wherever it was, with the cryptosporidium, and just, you know, sometimes filters, you know, aren't all they're all they're cracked up to be. Always better to be starting out with the most pristine as you possibly can. Most pristine being unfiltered, great. But one thing that put the fear of God of us 30 years ago was the roving price tag of somewhere between 6 to 8 to 10 billion. That number kind of fluctuated. It was 6 to 8 that was thrown around back then. And even back then, everyone knows that 6 billion or 8 billion means 2 or 3 times that. And so, I mean, everyone's really afraid of that number. So I think there should be a new number back when this first started, we were on the FAD track, but we were also on the filtration track in case we had to in case FAD didn't work out and we had to jump over and just keep. So we were planning to filter back then. I don't think we're doing that now, but we're still doing that.
Well, in the 2017 FAD, we were required to update our design for a filtration plant
Okay.
on our CATDEL system.
All right.
So we've been doing that work. We're currently in pilot testing from different treatment technologies up in Gardner, town of Ulster, where there's a facility running right now.
Right.
That work is scheduled to be completed in 2029, and as part of that contract,
Yeah.
there is a component to update the cost estimate for a filtration plant with a lot of asterisks after it, because
Yep.
this is going to be a conceptual design.
Yeah.
So in conceptual design, that's not building it all the way out, but as part of that work, that is included.
No, because I think we have to, figure out what the sword of Damocles really is here, right? Like how much is it going to cost? I mean, that matters. And so, we'll be looking forward to that number as an incentive to make sure that we stay on the FAD track. And, coming from you, everything you say, I trust you.
We do have,
implicitly.
I just have a note here. The system-wide filtration plant, we are on this track to figure out exactly, but it could cost, as you mentioned, tens of billions of dollars to build, cost hundreds of millions annually to operate,
Right.
and take up to 20 years or more to construct. So it's true that it would just be, we can't even probably fathom
Right.
the type of.
And plus now I don't care because I'll be dead. So, okay.
Well,
So
we're
it's like-
hoping you're here for many, many more years.
Yeah, I'm hoping that too, but it's just, yeah. 20 years? I'll do 20 years. Yeah. I'll give you 20. Yeah, I give it to you. If Eric gives me 20, I'll give everybody 20. Okay. All right.
I was an intern in the law department in 1998, by the way, while everyone was working on the first FAD. Or was it the first? Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It
So
was.
we
it
all
was,
have history here and
No,
why
it was-
it's so important.
And it was.
Yeah.
Federal government took a real, because when you talk about this scientific advisory panel, it reminds me of the Blue Ribbon panel headed by Daniel Oken from North Carolina, wherever it was. What do they call that big Chapel Hill, whatever? What's that? Yeah, UNC, and he was the chair of the 10-person Blue Ribbon panel, and the Blue Ribbon panel came back with a unanimous recommendation that New York City, the feds did this. The federal government said, okay, hotshots in New York City, we're going to do a Blue Ribbon panel. We're going to see whether you have a shot at getting this done. And so we're going to put together a Blue Ribbon panel of watershed experts from around the country. And they came back with the unanimous recommendation that New York City should not be given the opportunity to pursue a FAD. And so the federal government waved that in our face and said, we got 10 of the best experts. It says we're out of our mind giving you even an opportunity, to do it. So you got this other scientific advice. So what are they doing? I mean, you said it in your testimony, but what are they doing?
So we've assembled a scientific advisory panel assembled from mainly university professors and scientists around the country with different areas of expertise to take a look at our analysis of risks to our program going forward, what our biggest risks are, and to verify whether we're concerned about the same things that make sense what we're concerned about.
Right.
In conjunction with the issuance of our our 5-year FAD assessment, which is it's going to be issued at the end of this month. Shortly after that, we're going to release a white paper that indicates areas where we believe, DEP believes, where we need to make adjustments or we should look at making adjustments in those programs.
And that's going to be, and all that work is going to go into the 2027 determination by the.
It's going to inform our position, our discussions, and as part of us coming up with ideas of where
Right.
we think we should be going, this scientific advisory panel has prepared a separate paper where they're looking at the risks independently from us with information that's publicly available and that what we have shared. They're writing up their opinions, what they believe the issue is. That will inform our positioning on this, and will also include as part of that a complete panel report. So you can see everything that each individual panel member's opinion on all this. So that's in there as well. That white paper will help guide us in terms of our discussions, because we have the risks or change, our assessment of what the biggest risks are to us
Right.
preserving a FAD have changed since the 1990s. It's no longer turbidity on the Catskill
Yeah.
system. That's not the highest risk. There are other things out there, and that's the purpose of this, to help us prepare for going to the negotiations and discussions with DOH in
Okay.
where the FAD goes.
I just as just a note to staff, I think we should have, work with DEP and whatever's comfortable with them. But because like this thing's coming out next month, but then you got to do your own brain waves, whatever. I mean, I want to. And when is the? Yeah, so with 2020, that's next. Okay, so we should have a FAD hearing, like at some point, just to kind of, really like air this out, And then there's going to be a lot of numbers up there, and then we'll use that as our segue to like yell and scream at the OMB director and the state, because the state, the only people who could take the rental payment away from the mayor is the state corporations committee that created, the water board and the water finance authority. We also have a resolution from last year or the year before from the water board indicating that they don't, that they're, inalterably and unanimously opposed to the rental payment. So, but again, we're going to want to have a hearing on the FAD, to hear about the good work that, you guys are doing and how we can be of help and all that. Let me keep going.
Yeah, I think the public hearings, there's the public comment period. So next
Yeah, I know.
spring, so we'll make sure to come back to the committee and talk about where we are, and then,
Well, I mean, when does the public comment start? When the public comment
next
start?
spring probably.
Yeah, we're going to want to do something.
Before.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're going to
yeah,
want to do something
yeah.
before that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're not going to embarrass anybody. I'm nice.
No.
We're not gonna-
We appreciate it. We appreciate it.
Yeah, because we want to bring some daylight. How many people, Yeah, I mean, I was on the street this morning. No one talked to me about the FAD. Nobody. And so, nothing,
Sorry.
nothing.
We'll
And
make
so-
sure if we run into each other, I'll reach
Yes,
tell you.
yes. And just, now you're
Thank you.
talking about people who don't pay their bills. And so, one way, thank you, Paul. One way that we, kind of get people to do that is through the lien sale, and the mayor put the kibosh on lien sales. And so what is the expected drop off? Because I imagine that lien sales are a pretty good way to get people to come to the table and work out a plan to pay their bills, even if they can't pay it all at once.
Yeah, so we, the notice just came out, and so we'll.
So you can't do lien sales now, right?
Yeah. Well, it's paused for this year, but the idea is that they're working with the administration. We'll be able to do this comprehensive study, and so we're looking forward. to
Yeah, the
that
study
and
is to
making
get people
sure-
to pay their bills.
Well,
So that, 15% of the people don't pay their bills. And
Yeah.
so the other 85% have to make up for them. It's
Yeah.
kind of, it's
the lien-
anti-affordability.
yeah. Well, we have other mechanisms to make sure that we work with people to pay their bills, as I
Okay.
mentioned.
I just want to put out there that the lack of your ability to do a lien sale.
But we understand,
thing.
that changes.
Because we got
kind of
money
the-
going out the door with the rental payment. We got the lien sale, so nobody has to pay the bill anymore. At a certain point, like, the hell are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, we have to bring in money.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to have all those conversations.
Yes,
with
we
the
do.
board.
We got a lot of.
Do
This,
you want to add anything, North?
this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Yes. Thank you.
That's from a movie. Black and white movie.
I mean, I guess what I would say is that we're encouraged at to work with the administration along with the city council to make sure that the lien sale stays equitable and fair. So we participated, a lot in the first round pre-fiscal 25 lien sale to
Right.
to improve the process at that point. So we're excited to, work further with the city council and the administration to look at other ways to make it more equitable and fair. And, it's not, although it's postponed for this year, obviously it hasn't been canceled necessarily for the years after that. So
Okay.
looking to improve
Okay. I
it
just
and,
want to get
be able
some.
to work with
We got a
folks.
lot of money going out. And you know what? I'm hang on. We have people. Yeah. All right. Oh. Well, how about 7? So, yeah, okay. We don't have a lot of members here, and sometimes like they set question and answer at like 5 minutes. Remember, we got the finance chair for crying out loud. And so we're going to go 7 minutes. And so I'm going to, for each member for questions, and I'm going to, I'm not quite done with the statement yet, but I've been yapping long enough. And so it is my, who's first? Okay. It's my privilege to recognize Finance Chair Lee for questions. Chair Lee.
Thank you. I have to say, it's been very educational sitting here, Chair Gennaro, listening to the history of how everything came to be. So I appreciate that.
Because of me.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. We're going to go crazy with 7 minutes. So thank you. So before I get into the more financial questions, I do have parts of Southeast Queens. And I did have, unfortunately, the family who was the mom and son who was in the basement during Hurricane Ida that passed away. That's in my district. So one of the things that I just to clarify in terms of I'm glad to see you guys are putting more investments into the catch basins. Because I gotta say, like, sometimes my staff and I go and just clean them ourselves because they're just not getting cleaned regularly. I know it's due to a lot of things, lack of resources as well. So it's great that you guys are looking into new types of catch basins, which will actually help with that issue. So super excited to hear about that. And just wanted to ask about, let me just go really quickly. Let me just go ahead with this part. In terms of the lien sale, actually, let's start with that first since that was the most recent thing that was brought up. I noticed that in the prelim budget for 27, the administration did not include the lien sale in the prelim budget. We were assuming that it would get put back in, but if you guys could clarify that would be great.
Sure. There was an announcement made that they were going to pause for this year, but also
For 26, yes, but then we noticed it was also not in FY27. So you mean for the
Or
current fiscal year
FY27?
or FY27?
For the city's main budget or for
The
DEP?
city prelim budget,
Yeah.
yeah, for just in general. So I wanted to know if that is impacting you guys.
No, because most of our income comes from the water and sewer bills. So we do our own modeling of our revenue.
Okay, so that's totally separate and apart from the overall cities.
correct.
Okay, I
Just
just wanted to
generally.
make sure, because when I heard that, I was like, oh, wait, that wasn't in the budget. Okay, perfect. So going into the AMRs, the estimated billing and automated meter reading, PMMR shows a significant increase in estimated billing. Estimated bill rate jumped from 10.1 to 22.2% in the first 4 months of FY26 due to battery life issues affecting meter transmission units. And DEP launched a citywide AMR replacement initiative in December 2024, replacing 130,000 plus devices at 5,000 devices per week, which is a lot. The estimated billing increased from, as I mentioned, the 10.1 to 22.2, meaning over 1 in 5 bills are now estimated rather than based on actual meter readings. And so what is the target estimated bill rate? What percentage of MTUs are affected by battery life issues? And when is the AMR replacement program projected to return the estimated rate to acceptable levels? Sorry, I know that was a lot.
Yeah, so DEP has ramped up our AMR replacement initiative in order to bring our estimated bill rate down to our target of 4%. And as you mentioned, we're replacing approximately 5,000 devices per week and expect to ramp up production as the weather improves. We project substantial completion of the project by the end of fiscal year 27 or calendar year 27, sorry, as we work to upgrade approximately 78% of our system. One thing I just wanted to mention is, just as I'm coming to understand this also, is that it's the estimated bill based on usage. And so it's not some estimated bill that, DEP charges. And so,
Yep.
so so you can go to my DEP account and see what the usage was in the past and then see the estimated bill. And so we are prioritizing customers with long-term estimated bills for replacement, both proactively and upon request, or allowing customers to report their own meter reading also. And we're working with customers to temporarily remove those with long-term estimated bills from enforcement action. And of course, we also made changes to our leak forgiveness program to allow more customers to be eligible for leaks. In other words, if after those estimated bills go out, then you get your actual, and there's an increase. It could be from a leak or as
actually had that
Marissa
happen to
said,
me.
maybe someone else moved it. What?
I actually had that happen to me
Oh,
with
okay,
the toilet
yeah.
leakage, and I was like, damn.
Yeah, and so we want to make sure that we work with the consumer to address those issues. But we've heard actually from people on staff also who finally got that actual number, and the estimated bill was in range of what they had been paying before. So
Okay. And talking about the estimated bill, do you know what the average estimated billing error is, either overbilling or underbilling, and what the total annual revenue impact of estimated billing inaccuracies and what DEP's process for billing adjustment is?
yeah, we have those numbers.
Okay.
So our more modern estimated billing system can calculate the estimated average daily flow based on the last 12 months of consumption. So we're always doing that back look, as the commissioner said, to the actual water that was billed over the last 12 months. So that really results in a very representative estimate for these estimated bills. Once we receive an actual reading upon replacement of the AMR device, the difference between the estimated and the actual consumption is reflected then on the customer's next bill, and it results in a credit if in the customer's favor, or unfortunately, an extra
Yeah.
if they've actually used, because we do have to bill for what they actually used during the period.
Okay.
Based on our analysis, customers that see a material increase due to a lower than actual estimated read experience some sort of change in use at the property. That could be a leak or some other usage. Customers can dispute their bill, and they have an opportunity to apply for the leak forgiveness program that the commissioner mentioned. We've made the rules of that program more flexible to assist these customers, and we're also in the process of launching a new initiative to proactively flag the availability of the program to customers who might be eligible because of a potential leak during the period of these estimated bills.
Okay, perfect. And how has the transition to AMRs impacted the city's revenues, and are there any trade-offs as part of the process?
Yeah, sure. So we substantially completed our original installation of the AMR devices for customers in 2012, and that provided us a lot of benefits. So, for example, we helped us improve our revenue collections compared to, say, a decade before. It improves our customer experience via proactive leak notifications, where we're actually sending out notifications to customers if we're seeing that what looks like a leak at their property, and much lower estimated bill rates. And also, it gives us a much more granular water consumption data that helps to boost our conservation efforts around the city. I'm happy to say that at this time we have not seen a material impact to revenue due to the increase in estimated bills. But obviously, this project is for us a real priority as we focus on getting those AMR devices replaced, providing excellent customer service, and the long-term health of our revenue and operations.
Perfect, thank you. And just really quickly, can I just ask one more question on the chief savings officer?
Sure.
'Cause
You're
I know
the,
that
you're the finance chair. I'm
No,
gonna cut you a little
no,
slack.
but I gotta follow the rules. No, so in terms of efficiencies, I know that every agency has been asked to do 1.5% in FY26 and 2.5 in FY27 and in the out years. And just wanted to know, I know the reports are technically due tomorrow, but just wanted to know how much of So have you identified who the chief savings officer is going to be and how much time of theirs is dedicated towards this portion of their role?
Yeah, so we identified DEP, the chief saving officer is Anna Ponting, who is here.
Oh, nice.
There. She's the agency's chief of staff, and approximately 25% of her time rallying all the troops and getting the getting the information. So she's been dedicating, like I said, 25% of her time to this savings initiative, with significant support from our Deputy Commissioner of Budget. And then to your point, DEP has also been asked to participate in the savings exercise like every other agency, and the target reductions are the same as city agencies, 1.5% in FY26 and then 2.5% in FY27. So we're going through, finalizing that, and we'll be submitting it tomorrow.
Okay.
She's still smiling, so that's
That's good. And just wondering what types of percentage reductions, which areas, and then also what are you all using within the department as metrics? Because I know obviously for each program it's going to be and look differently. So just wondering how some of the thought process has been around finding those savings and what metrics are being used to determine that.
Do you want this is more.
So we're going to be submitting it tomorrow, but we're looking at some of our O&M operations. So, for example, arterial highway cleaning operations. So, we'd be looking at the amount of cleaning we can do, the sort of the volume of the service that we can provide in that area.
Oh, and just to clarify, I want to make sure that we note that, this is all under the assumption that we're not going to decrease or diminish any city services, because obviously what you all are doing is super important. So just wanted to make that point very clear. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we agree. It's not ensuring that none of it interferes with our day-to-day operations.
Exactly.
But where we can find savings, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So we'll look forward to that report. And I will leave the last question actually to give to the chair. But yes, thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And now it's my pleasure to recognize Councilmember Hanks for questions. Councilmember Hanks.
Thank you, Chair. So you'd think I'd be ready with all of the conversations back and forth.
Take your time. It's very low key.
Okay, so-
we're having fun.
Can you hear me? So my questions, and welcome, thank you so much for coming to testify. And capital investment and borough prioritization is kind of where I am. As you said, while we appreciate the 100-year goal, we're having 100-year storms every other year, every 5 years. So I think that we really need to be looking at water resistance programs, coastal flooding, and a lot of that being from Staten Island. With Hurricane Sandy, we bear the brunt of that. So much of my questioning is kind of in that vein. So DEP's $20.2 billion 5-year capital plan is heavily driven by federally funded mandated upgrades, including wastewater treatment and combined sewer overflow mitigation, but lacks transparency on borough level allocations. And it definitely raises equity concerns for places like Far Rockaway and Staten Island, where persistent drainage issues, limited sewer capacity, and heightened vulnerability to storm surge and coastal flooding remain ongoing challenges. So without clear data on how funds are distributed, it's really kind of difficult to determine whether the capital plan adequately addresses the borough-specific infrastructure needs. So my question is, does DEP have a percentage of a dollar amount in the capital plan specifically allocated to different boroughs, particularly ones in Staten Island? And which capital projects currently in design or construction directly address Staten Island sewer capacity flooding issues. So in the last fiscal, I allocated 1.5 million to the dredging of Allison Pond Park, and we got a little pushback on the actual ownership. Is it Parks? Is it DEP? And so I'll leave that so we can ask the first question, and then I'll go on with the chair's permission to ask another question. Sure. Thank you.
We do look at our capital budget in terms of borough investments, so we do have a breakdown per borough, and I do have a sewer, including Blue Belt, so our infrastructure that's dealing with sewers, stormwaters, and more of a sort of the Blue Belt approach, which is an engineering solution, but also it's a nature-based also engineering solution. Number for Staten Island, so we have over $865 million in the capital budget for the borough of Staten Island in terms of sewers, including Blue Belts.
I have to say, this is my like 8th preliminary budget hearing, and thank you for actually having that number available. That this is like unbelievable. I was shocked, so thank you very much. So water assistant programs, the PMMR shows DEP's water assistant programs include home water assistance program, HWAP, providing 9 million to 662,000 customers, and multifamily water assistant programs providing 12 million to 48 units. What is the annual budget for the water assistant programs in FY27? And is this sufficient to meet the demand given rising water rates? And has the budget grown since last fiscal year?
Yes, thank you for the question. In fiscal 26, the budget included, in fiscal 25, so last year, to your question about the increase, our budget included $30.6 million for assistance programs. And then in fiscal 26, that's been increased to $32 million for the assistance programs. One of the things that we're particularly excited about or proud about this year is that we've increased the credits on the bills. So for the homeowner water assistance program, we've increased that up to $159 per year, which is almost 13% of a customer's bill compared to last year. And then for the multifamily water assistance program, we had been reaching 48,000 units. That's a $250 credit per unit last year, and we're increasing that this year to 65,000 units. The sort of average bill credit for that program is approximately $10,500 per building. So we're really happy to be able to increase those programs this year.
Thank you so much. How many households spend more than 6% of income on water sewer bills, qualifying them as cost burdened? And do you have a sense of how many of these cost burdened households currently receive assistance?
The typical water and sewer bill for a single family property in New York City is $1,224 in fiscal year 26. A property owner and their household would need to earn less than $21,000 per year for the cost of water and sewer charges to exceed that 6% threshold.
Yeah.
Sure, $21,000 per year.
We can also send this to you, maybe.
That's great. Thank you.
Sure. And that being said, we know that many homeowners do struggle, which is exactly why we offer those HWAP, the HWAP credit to assist the lower income customers who qualify for the programs.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair, for your indulgence.
You bet. Yeah, thank you for your good questions. Appreciate it very much. Now it's my pleasure to recognize Councilmember Sanchez for questions. Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of you for being here. We look forward to a great working relationship as you really hit the ground running. Just a few things. I represent Hunts Point, so you're going to be hearing a lot from me. Get ready. And very excited to have another Bronxite, even though you have been misguided into Brooklyn temporarily, but we will call you back. So The capital plan includes 289 million for the Hunts Point wastewater treatment plant. Can you talk about beyond the treatment plant? What are other site-specific capital projects in the pipeline that are funded in this plan to address flooding and waterfront resiliency in Hunts Point? Also, I know my questions are very specific, so please know that this is not like a grilling exercise.
Oh,
If you
no.
need to come back with information,
Yeah, I
like,
appreciate that as I come up to speed, like you said.
Yes, I understand.
So there are the 921 million investments to modernize the infrastructure, also to improve local air quality, and produce biosolids that can be beneficially reused and improve odor control. DEP recently completed a $53 million in resiliency upgrades to fortify against severe storms, and that included the flood proofing and elevating equipment, installing flood barriers and stair access, sealing buildings and control rooms, and installing new sump pumps. And as you mentioned, the projects will continue with the new digesters and the sludge facility, which is in design, and $500 million of investments. I don't know specifically in the Hunts Point area, but obviously we continue to work on, on stormwater protection or reducing stormwater. We're looking into more ways to kind of activate our work around clean energy. Idling is a big project, which I know from my work in Hunts Point is a big piece. And so it's like the suite of projects that we're looking at. But let me ask my team if anyone has something specific for Hunts Point. If not, we'll make sure to get back to you. No, I think we have it by the Bronx, but yeah. So we'll make sure to continue to work with you as we look at those projects.
Absolutely. So, I mean, there's also looking at the Bureau of Waterfront Resiliency, and we know how underfunded that bureau is at the moment. How does DEP plan to mitigate flood concerns in environmentally vulnerable areas like Hunts Point?
The Bureau of Coastal Resiliency is new, and they're going to be looking at all of the areas in the city. I think we mentioned that there's 86 vulnerable areas that I actually asked for to begin to look at that more vulnerable areas for the flooding. And
Yeah, I mean, on that point, you could also expand just in general, understanding that there are so many areas, especially in communities like mine, especially in underserved and underfunded communities. How is this new administration planning to look to target them specifically to make up for environmental racism and injustices that unfortunately these communities have had to bear the brunt of for generations?
Yeah, so I think that's part of it, that, as we think about flood mitigation, planning is looking at these more vulnerable areas and using the EJ maps and the disadvantaged community maps to figure out where we can invest more money. As I come up to speed, obviously, I will continue to work with this lens of equity and environmental justice. So I must say that coming to DEP with this EJ lens, I don't know if I should say this, but unfortunately, water main breaks happen in every single community. So we need to make sure that we address the issues that happen as they come up, but also, like you mentioned, as the administration starts to build up, working with Mock EJ and others to really figure out how we how we continue, I should say, to invest in disadvantaged communities like the South Bronx and Hunts Point and other areas. So I'll look forward to doing that work. Like I said, I don't have an actual page on the South Bronx, but we will make sure to get some of that work to you.
Absolutely.
right
I
up
look
to you,
forward to
yeah.
working with all of you
Yeah,
very
yeah.
closely to see some really great work and a lot of pilot programs,
Yeah, yeah.
environmental resiliency programs. Like, please see us as a partner in really trying to see what can work and
Yeah.
how we can make our communities more climate resilient together.
I appreciate that. And of course, I mean, just harkening back on my history, right, working in these communities, one of the things that I know we're planning to do is to continue to work with Louise Young at the EJ and Climate Office, but also with the Parks Department. So Tricia and I already have a plan, because it is really about looking at it holistically. It's not just the DEP piece. So that's one thing I am definitely looking forward to. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Sanchez. It's great having you on the committee. Okay, I'll go back to finish my statement. I mean, to your statement, my comments on it. And, there's something you mentioned where there's actually a formal question in here, so I don't have to do that one. Now, and again, this is just something like out of my own head. I saw someplace recently, not from the stuff that the staff prepared, or maybe it is, but when it comes to estimated bills, there's still a lot of people getting estimated bills. And one of the, there's one phenomenon that we've seen with estimated bills. Something happens in the water meter, who knows? And then you have an individual living in a domicile, apartment, house, whatever, starts getting estimated bills. And so this goes on for years. And then by the time the meter's back online, maybe when the estimated bills started kicking in, it was like a one-person household. Then maybe in the interim, there's been a marriage, there's been 2 kids, and now there's like 4 people living there. And you know how kids go through water, And so it's been this phenomenon where they say, oh, okay, the estimated bills are wrong because your usage is really for this, for this family that uses a lot of water, and we're going to back you up all the way. We're going to figure that you were using this much water all along, when it wasn't. It was just a single person, and so we've had. This is the kind of constituent work that we do. It's just like, I wasn't using this water, so they're back billing me based on my new usage, but the new usage is like, after there was a marriage and like a second kid came along. And so they're back billed all the way. So how does DEP resolve situations like that? Or what's the standard mechanism? Because the standard mechanism right now is, you get an estimated bill, and you're on estimated bills for years, and then your meter works again, and they say, okay, this is your usage, and we're taking it right back to when you started on the estimated bills, that you were using water like it was going out of style. So, like, what's the protocol? Like what you would normally do in that case, which may or may not be accurate. And then if there's a wild inaccuracy because of the person's life circumstances have changed, like, how does that get reconciled?
Chairman, I
Sure.
thought I personally understand this because I had to have both my meter replaced and my AMU replaced last year. And ahead of this hearing, I went to go look at the charges to see what they looked like and see what the difference was between this year and last year and what the estimated billing is. And I got to give credit especially to Albert Kramer's Bureau, because they're very good at the estimated billing. So if you think of your meter like a like an odometer in your car. That's constantly running. Even if the automatic meter transmission device that transmits that
Right.
goes, they're able to true it up and to figure out exactly still how much water was used in the end.
But if the meter was off and there was a life circumstance change and more people entered the household, I mean, how could that mechanism possibly account for that?
There's a way that we can do estimated billing if your meter and also your AMU or your transmitting device is off. But odds are that when the meter goes, the bills we're able to catch it relatively quickly because they see the difference in spikes on the end. So in that case, we're trying very hard to reach out to the customer to let them know that we see a difference or in leak detection, like we see a spike in their billing change. And so we're trying to reach out to them to both get the meter replaced and then to update the AMU. So it's relatively rare, though it does happen, that people can have this kind of situation that you're explaining.
Yeah, and also something else that could happen, in the interim, forget about new people entering the household, but a leak that they have no idea that's going on. But if they had their meter operating, they would have a huge spike in their bill, their next bill, and it would be natural to assume that there's a leak, which they have to go find. Otherwise, this thing's going to be, going on forever. So thanks for bringing up the situation of a leak. So what's the answer here?
It's very timely. It's actually Fix a Leak Week for us here at DEP. So this is something that we are concentrating on very heavily.
It's Leak Week?
Fix a Leak Week.
Fix a leak week.
What's
Not
that?
leak. We don't want leak week. We want fix a leak.
Fix a leak.
Fix
week.
a leak.
Fix a Leak
This
Week.
is that week.
Okay, Fix a Leak Week.
Yes.
Right.
So the good news is that
I'm glad it's that,
the good news is that customers can sign up for automatic leak detection. And that, again, if your meter keeps running, it'll show if you have got a spike. It shows us very quickly, usually within about 3 days to a week. And then we will automatically notify you that we see a jump in your billing and that, please contact us. You might have a leak. It's especially useful if you're on vacation, right? You're not there if your toilet's starting to leak.
I don't go on vacation. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, you're there when your toilet starts leaking.
I'm a homebody.
But we have an automated leak detection.
Nobody robbed
program.
my house. I'm there. Okay.
Also, one of the things that we mentioned is for that instance where if all of a sudden your AMR is fixed and you realize that there's a difference, we made changes to the leak forgiveness program so that you can come in and talk to DEP and we'll figure out how to help you with that.
Right.
I'll just want to mention in 2024, this was mentioned a little bit before, but DEP began that citywide effort to upgrade 650,000 AMR devices and 325,000 meters to ensure that our metering infrastructure provides the most up-to-date information, right? That's the goal. So DEP has already invested $27.4 million to support that program. And as we mentioned, we're replacing about 5,000 a week. And so we are really trying to ramp it up so that we don't have too many of those scenarios.
Well, how many people are getting, by percentage, how many people are getting estimated bills right now?
By the estimated bills.
I mean, the PMMR number was the 22% number.
So that's right now.
That's right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Ouch.
So we're hoping that that'll
This
continue to
this
decline.
winter is the peak of that. So because we've really ramped up and we have, as we said, 5,000 a week is what we're able to replace at the moment. So we'll be replacing them through this calendar year and next calendar year. But that's also why, as the commissioner mentioned, we have actually proactively changed, made changes to our policy to make the leak forgiveness program more applicable. Also, our meter bill cap program, that's also a program. If you have a leak that you haven't detected, we can give some assistance there too. We have a new key accounts team that's working with some of the more complex customers we have, and we're proactively looking at folks who might have a jump in their bill and reaching out to explain to them sort of why they might have a higher bill at the end of the reconciliation period when we get that.
Okay. I'm going to take this
So
opportunity.
as you talk to your constituents, this is the information. Please call DEP. We want to work with folks. Yeah. So
Yeah, I'll take
thanks.
this opportunity that we're talking about this subject. You may not know him, Commissioner, but Joe Singleton, who did such a great job for so many years, and left us way too soon. I don't know how old he was, but he wasn't old, and he was great. He was just like exactly. I mean, I don't know who succeeded him, but is that you? Okay. Yeah.
Joe,
Yeah.
this is Albert Kramer, Deputy Commissioner for the Bureau of Customer Services. Joe Singleton was my first boss at DEP.
Wow.
And very much trying to honor his legacy, his compassion for customers in these situations. And so your point about adjustments that go back, usually the meter is working and recording, but we understand that there's a true up. We try to give customers
Right.
a period of lower or no interest period to catch up. And we also give customers the opportunity to dispute, let us know if there were additional circumstances that might have changed, like you said, to then take into consideration for the adjustment to make sure that it's a fair reconciliation and get customers paying what they use going forward.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you were taught by the best. Yeah, and Joe is like a saint. He was a great guy. And I'll get to that. Towards the end of your testimony, I don't know if there are questions in the question set for it. 10-year capital plan, first item, 1.1 billion towards a tunnel to add resiliency and critical redundancy for the Kensico Reservoir. And, the Kensico has always been sort of like the Achilles heel, of stuff that comes down from upstate. And, once upon a time, I don't know if there's been some kind of technology or fix or strategy. But, once upon a time, hopefully it's not the same. I hope it's not the same now. Once upon a time that, not that there's a lot of pollutants in, New York City, unfiltered drinking water, but, to the extent that there's stuff in there that it would be best not be in there, 50% of that used to enter the water supply from that 10 square mile Kensico, watershed. And so I guess I'll, relate this to budget, but, because this is the kind of thing that could, whack us in the fat or whatever if Kensico is just not under control. And I know that, I think there's only 2% of the water in Kensico is actually native water from the 10 square mile watershed. 98% of it is from what comes out from upstate. But that 2%, once upon a time was the source of 50% of substances that we really didn't want in the water. And so is anyone in a position to give me a little update on where that sits now, and also, and what this 1.1 million it could be doing to, this is the kind of thing where Kensico gets in a situation where we just have to bypass it or something, or, because we have to, I think people looking at the FAD, if somebody wanted to go after us, then Kensico once upon a time would be a place where they would do it. Hard to buy land around there too, because it's so expensive. Okay, Paul, you're on. I gave you the icky question. Yeah.
Yep. So as you stated, our unfiltered supply from the Catskill system, Delaware system, they all come together at Kensico
Right.
Reservoir. Critical node for the water supply.
Right.
Most of the water that goes out of Kensico comes from our Cat-Del system or protected watersheds upstate. About 2% of the water comes from the inflow in the 10 square mile watershed. So it's a critical spot.
That's still the case, right? It's still
Still the case.
right. So you can't divert that or whatever.
Well, I mean, you're getting into operational
Yeah,
stuff, what
right.
we can and can do.
Right.
And
And how
you know,
much money you're
what's-
willing to spend to do it? Yeah.
The beauty of our system is its flexibility. And the thought process the engineers had at the time who put this together, starting with the Croton system, then the Board of Water Supply, first with the Catskill system, the Delaware system, they built flexibility into the system. They also built in the capability to make changes in the future if something had happened, things change in the future. And we've
Yeah.
taken advantage of that flexibility many times over the course of years. I guess the most recent big one we did was connecting the Catskill Aqueduct with the Delaware Aqueduct in the town of Gardner, where those two aqueducts cross together,
Right.
which has helped us with our operations tremendously to deal with the challenges we have today. Then around for turbidity, what was driving that work that was completed in 2014. But at Kensico, you know, the discovery that UV light was very, very effective at low doses in activating the cryptosporidium, I mean, that allowed us to continue operating an unfiltered system and reduce risk
Right.
tremendously. So that plant was put into service in 2012, shortly before Sandy.
Right.
As part of that construction and the way it was designed, we had to take out the Catskill Aqueduct out of service from Kensico Reservoir to the UV plant. So today, we only have the Delaware Aqueduct going from Kensico Reservoir down to the UV plant. Only one aqueduct. So that
Right.
puts us in a state where we want to restore flexibility.
Right.
And that flexibility not only allows us to do work, I mean, we're doing work right now up at Kensico Reservoir. Overnight last night, the city's water supply from Kensico was shut off for several hours to allow us to do necessary maintenance
Right.
work, which we're able to plan and adjust the system using its flexibility, using our modeling and the skilled staff that we have. And
Yeah.
the skilled staff is both the white collar staff and our blue collar laborers who worked overnight, or plumbers who worked overnight last night to repair chlorine injection lines as part of our maintenance procedure
Yeah.
to keep the system up and running. So this project, we're putting in more than $1 billion in for this Kensico Eastville tunnel, about a 2-mile long tunnel, restores that flexibility. And it's essential for us to prepare for additional infrastructure work
Right.
that we'll be doing down at Hillview Reservoir to
Right.
improve those facilities.
And there's also a way to bypass Kensico, just go right to Hillview,
Well,
right?
the bypass, we can bypass the Delaware Aqueduct around Kensico Reservoir right now. But the
Right.
capacity
It goes
doesn't
right
meet-
to Hillview then, right?
We can go straight to Hillview from
Right.
Rondout with most of the water, but demand in the city we don't have full capacity of the Delaware Aqueduct through Kensico, so it's usually a partial bypass.
Right.
This work will also restore our ability to bypass the Catskill Aqueduct around Hillview.
Right.
So we don't have that flexibility right now. This work allows us
Okay.
to restore and improve our flexibility because the capacity of this new tunnel will be greater than the old Catskill Aqueduct
Yeah.
section there. So it's really essential to the flexibility and increases the capacity of the UV plant by another 200 million gallons as well. So
Okay.
it's a key project that's going forward. So it's in construction right now.
Right.
It's on schedule. This is also under the order that we have for Hillview from our friends at EPA and DOJ, Commissioner, the former.
Yeah. This has been going
but
on.
it's cute,
The
cute.
Hillview cover has been going on since before I was born. So it's gone on forever.
And understanding the risk of contamination at Hillview at Kensico, that's important as well.
Right.
Thanks to the Water Board, we recently did a study there to look at risk for PFAS and contamination in that area. And what we found through that study is even though there are sources in the area, there's a known site related to the Westchester County Airport.
Oh, wow.
But the
Right. With
but
the
the
flame
study-
retardant on the runway.
right.
And
That's right.
Oh,
But the
God.
study revealed, in a really detailed scientific way, and it's available publicly, that the risk is really, really low to us having that impact consumers downstream or the concentrations at the outlet of Kensico Reservoir.
yeah. So who keeps tabs on the airport?
What's wrong with the airport?
I mean, like who keeps tabs on the airport? Because they're like a potential,
so-
with like flame retardant, we're talking,
So
you
they-
know.
I mean,
it's-
they've taken steps. They've Westchester County has to reduce and address that issue. Of course, we have regulatory authority
Right.
in that area. We keep a careful eye on that as well.
Right, because the airport's in the watershed.
A small portion of it,
Oh, okay. Okay.
only a small portion of it.
All right. Paul, I trust you. Okay. I just want to,
Thank you.
how to bring up the Kensico thing. And before I go over to the other, so, all right, I got people in this room that want to dig my grave over the lead service line replacement thing. We worked with your agency to come up with a lead service line replacement bill. It kind of, pardon the pun, went over like a lead balloon. And so, how do we do this? You thought you were going to get easy questions,
any
right?
legislation would help. So I'll just put that out there.
I understand that.
But
yeah, it's got to
sometimes
be a
it
bill, but
takes-
it's got to have something in the bill.
It takes some time. So DEP has secured $72 million from the bill that passed through the state
And what's
from the
and-
bipartisan infrastructure law. Yeah.
Yeah, and like the total cost is like $2 billion or whatever it is.
Yeah. So the goal is to
And that seems low to me.
Yeah. So the goal, well, one is we want to spend the federal dollars that we do get. So one is to make sure, in October of 2024, DEP launched a free program to replace privately owned lead service lines for disadvantaged communities. That was one of the, mandates from the state. And so we're hoping to continue that work. Obviously, we could use
But
the
this all starts
council's
from the
help
feds.
in
It's the
talking
feds that
to-
put the hammer down on the whole lead service line replacement. It was their order.
coupled with the funding. Yes. Yeah. To
Right,
help
but I mean,
start that program.
This comes from the lead and copper rule or whatever the hell, right? That's where this all comes from, right? And so it was.
yeah. So the
The feds were going to
bipartisan.
do this, and it looked like it wasn't whatever, but now it's nailed down, and that's a thing, and we
Yeah.
have to do this. And
And this administration hasn't taken away the funding. So that's what I'm saying. So for the city, we want to make sure that we at least focus on areas where we do have the funding and can replace it. One of the things is talking to homeowners
Right.
to allow us to go in and to replace the lines. The other is we have done this evaluation or assessment that there's about 120,000 lead service lines in the city. And to your point, it would probably we estimate that it'll take up to $2 billion. So we'll continue to work into the future to make sure that this happens. We have, I think we worked with all of you to make sure that we understood that if we could get the legislation, we could do this probably within 16 to 20 years, replace the lead service lines that we do
yeah,
have.
but
But
the
so-
bill that we put out there was, homeowners paying for this. This is really what that's what the bill was.
partial, yeah.
Yeah, there really wasn't any kind. This wasn't going to be like a Newark situation where Santa Claus pays for it. This was going to be. This is not going to be Newark.
No,
this is going to
well,
be.
Santa Claus didn't pay for it in Newark either. But
somebody other than the homeowners paid for it.
Yeah. So part of it would be that we would work with the homeowners. But again, the other is this program where DEP would go in and do it for free. So it's the both and we
Okay.
want to make sure that we talk about
All
it
right.
that
This
way.
is mainly for people out there who are going to want to come to this table soon and talk about this. It's not like we're not thinking about it. And so,
Yeah.
even though this is not a legislative hearing,
Yeah.
I'll just mention that. I mean, I can talk about legislation. I can talk about whatever I want.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
this is, this is about.
Well,
It's about the budget.
Yeah.
And so.
it is important. And one of the other things about the legislation was that if there's going to be a renovation or upgrade or
Right.
something, that would be part of the cost. I mean, when we talk about public health, there is no safe level of lead. So it is a public health issue. And then the concern is, how do we get to this point where we collectively figure out how to pay for it? So like I said, the federal money is still coming in. We want to work with homeowners. And of course, if you are eligible to come in for that free program where you can. So anyway, so I just want to make sure that it's understood that it is a priority. We want to continue to work with you and everyone
Yeah.
on how we,
We have to
continue
kinda-
to understand the health benefit and also how we get there.
Yeah, so we we got to get going on that.
Yes,
And
I
so,
appreciate it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
and
it's just,
so we do want to say thank you, and we'll continue to work with you on
Yeah.
legislation.
yeah,
and,
this is,
and
a lot
the
of people
work.
are going to get their hair
Oh,
mussed,
And
you know.
Tassos wants to say something.
Just on the lead, one area that we do need help is when we do come through to replace homeowners' services for free, that they allow us to do it. That's where we need the help, because we're finding in the program that we've undertaken the last couple of years with the federal money, that not everybody's allowing us to change their lead service lines. So
Right.
what we want is when we do come through and offer a lead service line for free, that if they refuse, that they have to do it themselves within a certain period. Or help us get the message out to all your constituents, we're doing this for free. It's not.
Oh,
something you
meaning
should-
that if they
In a
that
sense,
that that
sometimes.
if they refuse having DEP do it, then they
Have to do it
then they
themselves.
must pay for it themselves within
Yeah.
X
Yeah.
period of
Yeah,
time.
because we're coming, we're the government. We're not going to do it. A lot of people are resistant to let us into their basements, right? And that's where we need help. We're only looking to help them. We're not looking
Okay,
to do
all right.
And
This
that's
is-
what, I mean, that's what really worked in Newark. I mean, even when we were talking, I was at EPA at the time, New Jersey DEP, the state. Newark was very clear. We want people from the community knocking on those doors. So that's why it's so important
Right.
that we have the council working
Yeah,
with
but
their
it was a whole different
constituents
funding
also.
thing in Newark. It's like they
Yeah, it was a whole different.
It got
They
paid
got
for
the
it.
ordinance.
Yeah.
But still, it was the government knocking on the homeowner's door, and that's where the difference was made when you have people from your community talking to you about, like Tassos is saying, there is a free program, you should take advantage, even
Right.
though it is the government. You can trust me, or
Yeah.
anyway, yeah.
I mean,
So
yeah,
it's a community outreach effort too. Yeah.
It's going to take a village and then some. And so, all right, let me just bang through some questions and get to the public. A lot of these have been spoken about already. When it comes to this under the title of federal and state funding risks, what federal and state grants does DEP currently, not all of them, receive, and what's the total amount, and what percentage of DEP's budget does this represent? Because we always know that, when it comes to federal and state funding, DEP gets the short end of the stick. We don't get any Bond Act money. We want to, and the state is very fond of saying, there's no city, we got a pile of money here, and no city is eligible for more than 5% of this pot, even though New York City is 45% of the state. And so, how bad are we getting beat up by the feds in the state when it comes to, whether it's Bond Act, whether it's other special things that they do that we just get left out of?
Yeah. So we did, let me start with this. Federal funding represents a very small portion of DEP's funding. So it's about 1%. As we mentioned before, 90% of our funding source comes from the sewer and water rates, or the water and sewer rates. One of the areas that we do see the federal funding continue is for the lead service lines. That's why we're take advantage of that. Some of the other work out of our coastal resiliency unit is coming from federal funding. We just found out, I think it was yesterday, that even though there was a loss of about 90 million, that because of the AG's office suing,
Right.
that funding may have to come through again. And so we're hoping that that'll go forward. And that was for helping to design some cloudburst projects. And so hopefully the loss of funding that we were projecting may actually decrease after that kind of FEMA and other funding coming through after this litigation. And then, do you want to add anything? Yeah. So all of our projects hopefully will continue because of that 90% not coming from the federal government and only a small piece of it. But again,
Right.
for us, the federal funding, lead service lines will definitely be a priority for us.
Right. How about the state and their proclivity to leave us out of everything?
So in my first month, the state is a good partner. I did talk to EFC and to DEC, and so we'll continue to make sure that, that certainly with EFC, the Environmental Facilities Corporation, that we continue to see money flowing to New York and for projects that everyone wants to see. I know there is a discussion about the percentage of the money flowing to New York.
EFC
and I
is
did
like a
also
loan
hear,
now. You
what?
know,
Yeah, they
EFC
have
is like a loan.
for a formula.
It's a loan.
Yeah.
It's not what you
Yeah,
know.
yeah. It's financing, yeah.
Whereas DEC gives away money. They just don't
Yeah.
give it to us.
And so we will continue
Well, I got
to
the heck
talk
out of
to
that place.
DEC to give us some of that funding. The other thing is that with the Environmental Bond Act, I did hear that we get, how much is it?
2.5%.
2.5%. So we did get some of it. And
2.5%
yeah.
of the total.
DEP has received 2.5% of all distributed funds.
mean,
so we'll continue to work on
distributed to date,
yes.
right? Because there's still plenty of money left in there.
Yeah, yeah.
So in terms of money that's been committed,
Yeah.
45%. The population,
Yeah.
the city that represents 45% of the population has
Yeah.
gotten 2% of the money.
Yes.
This is your statement.
Yes. That is
Okay.
the facts.
What's that?
Those are the facts.
Right, right.
So, like I
Okay.
said, we'll continue to work with the state.
Yeah, we should go to Albany with pitchforks.
Yes. Yeah.
See how that
Yes.
works.
I'm on that train with you.
Okay, we'll
Yes.
we'll do it. Yeah, I used to work at 625.
I used to go up there. Well, I worked under Grannis, so I don't think we.
I don't really,
No,
you know,
yeah.
that- he was right. He was in legislation, then he did that. Yeah, but I wasn't. I was Joe Martin's.
You were
era.
after that, yeah.
You know, Joe Martin's in Basel.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Joe was a great guy.
So was Pete Grannis and Basil.
I just,
Yeah.
you know, I know Joe a long time. I
Yeah.
just said he's a great guy.
Yeah.
That's what I had to say about it. You know, people can infer what they wish about who I didn't mention. Yeah, my committee council is like, this guy is like,
Yeah.
I get paid to sit next to this guy. It's just like, I gotta like work on my career.
I went up there every Monday and worked out of Region 2 the other days. Yeah,
Yeah, I worked
we
out of
were
Region
there.
2
Yeah.
with Steve Zahn.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Steve's great.
He's there now still, right? Yeah.
No, he retired.
Oh, we did retire.
Yeah,
okay.
retired. I mean, we still talk, but
yeah, yeah.
he's retired. His wife's still working. Dawn is still working.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she's there.
Yeah, we did filtration, cost avoidance. How about this? Green infrastructure. What percentage of stormwater is managed through green infrastructure versus traditional gray infrastructure? Now, I know in the advent of cloudbursts and all this other stuff, there's, I mean, I have an interest in this because the council passed
Yeah.
many years ago, we passed a comprehensive stormwater management plan, which gave rise to the rain gardens and all that. And then more recently, we did another comprehensive stormwater management plan law that I think comports very nicely with DEP's, plans to do that.
Yeah.
And so, we're looking for, green infrastructure. Do you have the breakdown of,
I don't have the
stormwater
percentage. I have
versus green?
yeah, to date, the green infrastructure we've implemented reduces 839 million gallons of a year of combined sewer overflow. So the water. We've also implemented green infrastructure in some of the MS4 areas for stormwater quality treatment. I do not have the percentage, but obviously the
Okay.
goal is to increase the green infrastructure while understanding we need the gray infrastructure. That is just
Yeah.
so the
which is
two
why
tanks we're
trying to go to
building out in
2.1.
Gowanus, yeah,
Yeah, and we're
it's
trying to go to
essential to the
2.1.
work that we do.
All right, in terms of, are we in any trouble these days with regard to CSOs and not meeting the requirements of consent orders, anything like that. We got money troubles from that. We got CSO issues.
We are always aiming to be in compliance with all of those regulations.
And
Thank you.
I always, I always aim to open the door for my wife when we go someplace, but it doesn't always happen, you know. Anybody got something on that? CSOs, are we okay? Anybody coming after us with pitchforks on CSOs?
No, I think we're good. I mean, obviously, we're always talking to
wanna know if we're
EPA and
good,
DEC,
you know?
but yeah. We have dolphins in the harbor.
What's that?
We have dolphins in the harbor. That has
Okay,
that has got to get us somewhere.
the dolphin thing is
Yeah.
good, you know, but does anybody know where we are with because we're still under a consent order for CSO.
Oh,
are we
yeah.
not?
No, yeah, we're still under the consent decree.
Right, but
Yeah.
are we doing okay? Oh, Angela's here to save the day.
Angela's here, but we are on
Yep.
track. We're working with our regulars and we're meeting
Okay.
targets.
What's that? You don't have to swear Angela. I know her. You know. All right, she's gonna swear you. Yeah.
Okay.
She's fine. She just swear the swear thing. You gotta do this.
Hi, thank you. Yep, please raise your right hand. You did that. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I sure do.
Okay.
Thank you. Can you just state your name and title before you begin? Thank you.
Of course. Angela Licata, Deputy Commissioner for Sustainability at the Department of Environmental Protection.
Angela, pleasure to
Okay.
meet you. Pleasure to see you again. We've known each other forever, but CSOs.
Yeah, so CSOs, we, as the commissioner was saying, we are under consent order and we had prepared 11 long-term control plans.
Right.
And those spun out projects that we are in the midst of various stages of design and construction for those. 2 of the 11 water bodies, we have modifications that have been submitted. So the status of those is that for Flushing Bay CSO tunnel, we actually have increased substantially the size of the tunnel so that it can collect and store CSOs and also floodwaters for increased resilience. That's the good
Is
news.
the tunnel or is this like a retention tank?
It's actually a tunnel.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a large tunnel. The bad side of that is that it will take us longer to do. So that project's modification is under review by New York State DEC now. We also submitted a modification for the Alley Creek CSO, whereby we're taking on a better, bigger project. It's more expensive, but we think it essentially follows along the nature-based solutions route rather than just additional storage. So we really like that project because
Right.
it will separate storm sewers, reduce flooding, enhance the CSO treatment and capture.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so we're, you know,
In good shape.
yeah. So we're okay with the with the state. God, there's so many. I don't think I want to get into that. Yeah, because then it opens the door to. Yeah. Yeah, I always like to leave my mic hot so people can hear what I'm telling my counsel, which is, I guess, no longer privileged, right? Okay, so yeah, we put you through the mill, you know, long enough. There are more questions, you know, to the extent that, did you guys receive the questions beforehand? You did, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so,
Yeah, so
you know,
if you
to
want
the
us
extent
to,
that we want answers to things that we didn't ask, you know, Tanvir as a financial policy person analyst will get those to the agency.
Okay.
Little homework assignment, just why
Yeah,
not?
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
But yeah, we really appreciate you bringing the whole team out and giving us comprehensive answers, and we look forward to working with you as a new commissioner and the great team who we've known and worked so well with for so long. So.
Well, Chair, we appreciate it. Thank you so much, and for your patience as I come up to speed. But we definitely appreciate the partnership and look forward to continuing all the great work.
Yeah,
together.
I like to be appreciated. I like to be appreciated. I have issues from my childhood. I like to be appreciated. So, and you appreciate the staff too.
Yeah,
They're definitely
appreciate everyone. Yeah,
worthy of appreciation. I appreciate them.
Yeah.
I don't think they appreciate
much
me. I mean,
appreciated.
who would appreciate me if
Yeah,
you worked here?
Great.
I
Well,
don't
this was
think
my first budget hearing, so thank you very much.
Yeah, I wanted to make it,
It was
have a
nice,
nice experience. Get a good turnout.
Yes, it was great. I
nice
have the whole
people.
team here. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
We got, it's just, we aim to please. So thank you very much. And with that, we'll have Tanvir call the first panel. I just have to, whoops, what are we doing?
Thank you so much.
Sure. I just have to take just a 2-minute break, and then I'm going to come back and call the first panel of public testimony. Yeah, you bet. All right. Okay, now before we can call witnesses, I have to put some comments on the record. I now open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. Is that all I have to say, or is that it? More? If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant-at-Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic, DEP's FY27 preliminary budget. I'll try to make that a soft 2 minutes because people have been waiting a long time, and you wait for 4 hours, and you know. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant-at-Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council, COUNCIL, testimony@council.nyc.gov. Oh, okay. Within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. Call the first panel. Okay, in the first panel, let me take a little sip. We have Eric A. Goldstein from the Natural Resources Defense Council. Richard Lee, it looks like, Leigh, Food and Water Watch. Aliyah Sumro from the League of Conservation Voters, who's going to yell at me about the lead service line. You're not? Very good. Pete Malinowski or something. Billion Oyster Project. Pete Malinowski. Okay. And someone representing the Waterfront Alliance begins with a Tyler, last name beginning with a T. People got to work on their penmanship, you know? Yeah. Well, you know, that's not an order. It's just a, you know, a recommendation, you know. 2 minutes? Yeah, 2 minutes, but if, you know what it is, I'll when they get done, if I want to go back and ask questions, and I'll do that. It'll be kind of like a, you know, like a soft 2 minutes. And so let's, let me see what I got here. I have, Now, Eric always works from notes. You just have notes, right? Okay. And so.
Written statement tomorrow.
Okay, so we'll go from my right to my left. We'll start with Eric, a veteran of this committee for, well, 36 years that I know of. And before that, because you were, you know, Brooklyn Navy Yard, 84 and all that. That's, you know. I remember it, but I wasn't here, you know. And so with that send up, you better, you know, really. So please commence your good testimony. It's a privilege to be with you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for having us. I'm going to summarize my written testimony. As you know, of course, DEP plays an essential role in the daily functioning of New York City, although for the most part, people are not seeing their activities every day. They're 24, many of their critical facilities operate 24/7, 365. Their operating needs are considerable and their capital costs are enormous. And so investing in the needed programs at DEP while also making sure that water rates are kept in check is a challenging proposition. One area that should be protected from ill-advised funding reductions is the city's program to protect its unfiltered drinking water supply, as you know. At a cost of less than $3 billion over the past 30 years, the city has protected this downstate supply via cost-effective pollution prevention to stave off the cost of building a plant that would be 5 to 8 times more expensive and several $100 million a year in capital and operating costs. Among the activities that have been critical are funds for protecting essential watershed, vulnerable watershed lands around, particularly around Kensico, West Branch, and the terminal reservoirs, Ashokan and Rondout. The city recently acquired a 48-acre parcel, Legions of Christ, right next to the Kensico Reservoir. And those kinds of programs need to continue. We need to make sure funding remains there for the most vulnerable parcels in high water quality, vulnerable lands, and that going forward, that program and other critical programs continue. We're not only protecting the water supply, but saving taxpayers billions of dollars. Second area where the council must ensure sufficient funding is DEP's program to safeguard at-risk neighborhoods from stormwater flooding in southeast Queens and throughout the city. I'll just say that there was a 2024 study by the department on stormwater needs. $30 billion was what they projected to safeguard 80 vulnerable neighborhoods. But at the current rate of spending, they think it'll take 30 years to get there. That's too long. We've got to make sure that funding is made available to implement these critical stormwater protection programs, because thanks to climate change, flooding is coming all the time, not just Hurricane Sandy and things like that. The entire city government, but especially DEP, needs to be thinking 50 to 75 years down the line when it comes to making budget decisions. And the department, for the department and the council to do that, it means planning now for the renewable Rikers project on that 415-acre island. When incarceration ends there, which is going to happen sooner or later, that's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build a showplace of sustainability with a modern wastewater treatment plant to replace the aging 4 sewage treatment plants in the region.
Let me come back to you with questions on that, Eric, okay?
Okay.
And so just stay there, just sit tight.
That's
'Cause
fine. And finally, we urge the council, in response to the mayor's preliminary budget, I'm sure you'll hear this from others, to press for reduction in the so-called rental payment, $313 million.
Yeah.
And
I'll come back to you. I'll give you, because like that's how we'll do it. Yeah, I mean, in this round,
Very
I'll
good.
come back to you. Otherwise, they're gonna they're gonna, yeah. And so,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
well, I'm just saying, he's been sitting there for 40 years doing this, so he gets a little bit of slack. Oh, okay. We're joined by Councilmember Epstein. Very happy to have Harvey with us, and yeah, the fun just keeps on coming. Yes, sir. Please state your name and.
Okay, yes, my name is Richard Lee. I am a physicist and an engineer, and I've been working in climate change mitigation for 20 or 30 years in the New York City neighborhood. And right now
And you're with Food and Water Watch, right?
I am with Food and Water Watch
Right.
as of now. I've been connected with quite a few other places
Right.
in the past. And I'll put a short bio into my written statement so you can see that. And I'm here on behalf of Food and Water Watch and a variety of other aligned small groups to call for the creation of a new program which will be dirt cheap. It's called Heat Pumps for All, and in the initial stages, which is all we're talking about, it would only be $10 million a year. And
Heat
what it
pumps
will
for
do-
all?
Sorry?
Did you say heat pumps for all?
That's what it.
Okay, I just want to make sure I heard it right.
Yes, it's heat pumps for all. It is talking about using, the whole city must become electrified. We have to stop burning
Right, I mean, it's a
fossil
little
fuels.
bit off topic for a budget hearing, but I know you're trying to tie it to
Well,
like a cost thing. I'll
well-
give you a little latitude because you're all, you've done so much for so many. So
Well,
please continue.
I agree. It's not quite. I mean, it involves budget because it involves money, but we do think that it applies to the DEP because it implies air quality. Because all of the boilers and furnaces running throughout New York City now are contributing to detriments to the air quality, and converting to heat pumps will, even today, move the pollution out of New York City, and some of it upstate and some of it cleared up by using carbon and combustion-free systems. And as the state system gets cleaner and cleaner, that'll be eliminating
No,
problems
just go
anyway.
ahead. I interrupted you, so
Yeah.
please go on
I
a
won't
little
go
longer.
as fast as I can. The point of this is to look around New York City where laws like Local Law 97 and no new gas laws are making the city much cleaner. They are not addressing the needs of all of this 1 and 2 family homes that fill up the outer boroughs. And all of those buildings have got gas boilers and gas furnaces, and they are all getting older and falling apart. I know about falling apart when you get older too. The worst thing that can happen when an old boiler falls apart in today's climate change situation is that the owner do the cheapest thing, which is just replace it with another boiler. And so what we are suggesting is that the city should take steps that will make sure that instead of replacing it with an older boiler, that homeowner is in a position to convert to heat pumps. And of course, the problem is heat pumps cost more than a
Yes, they do.
replacement boiler. And so our proposal is that if the climate situation is sitting here saying, you must get a heat pump, and the homeowner is saying, I can't afford a heat pump, we're hoping that the city can come in and say, I'll help pay for the heat pump. And what we're proposing is that the city establish incentives of $10,000 for each home where the boiler is falling apart, they are in some sort of economic trouble, and it's got to be replaced, and that be available for up to 1,000 homes in today's transitory climate. It can serve as an example.
We'd be very grateful to have your proposal on that. Do you have, through written testimony?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
We
And
will,
so
we will provide it.
we appreciate that. This is, hearings are for good ideas, and thanks for bringing one forward. Appreciate that. Okay. Aliyah, am I saying that right?
Alia.
Aliyah.
Yeah.
Close.
No worries. Good afternoon. My name is Alia Sumro, and I'm the Deputy Director for New York City Policy at the New York League of Conservation Voters. Thank you, Chair Gennaro and members of the Committee on Environmental Protection for the opportunity to testify. As our city experiences heat waves, extreme rainfall, flooding, droughts, and sea level rise, which disproportionately impacts vulnerable New Yorkers, local environmental leadership matters more than ever. With numerous fiscal challenges facing the city, including climate funding cuts at the federal level, NYLCV stresses that the city must not lose sight of important climate deadlines and goals. It is imperative that we pass a city budget that is not only bold on climate, but paves the path towards a just and equitable future. First, NYLCV stands with you, Councilmember, and with advocates calling on the Mamdani administration and the City Council to reject the water rental payment in this budget. The Adams administration reintroduced the full water rental payment in 2024, charging the Water Board more than $1.3 billion in rent over 4 years to lease the water system from the city. This means that DEP's water payment revenue will be handed over to the city's general fund for non-water related purposes instead of staying with DEP, where they can direct it towards capital infrastructure projects. While the city has done this in the past, the general obligation bonds have been paid off. Therefore, NYLCV and many others think this is a very poor policy decision, especially given the urgency of the climate crisis. Capital funding for water infrastructure is urgently needed to address critical stormwater flooding, support coastal resiliency, improve water quality, etc. So diverting these funds are also making it hard for the city to access state funding, state clean water funding, by sending the message that investing in clean water infrastructure is not something we value. So we think the water rental payment is undermining that. And we strongly encourage the council and the admin to reject this water rental payment. Next, and I've submitted longer written testimony, Just wrapping up, we support allocating long-term funding for the city's current portfolio of climate resilience, including green infrastructure, cloudburst management, blue belts. And we also echo the Rise to Resilience Coalition calling for the city to develop a 5-borough adaptation plan. Last thing, we really stress the importance of providing sufficient funding for DEP and MOCJ staffing because they're the ones who have to carry out all of these programs. So we look forward to working with you, advocates, and the admin to make this budget equitable and bold on climate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to you as well on that rental payment thing. So I got Eric and you. Yes. And what's your name again? Tyler. Yes, Tyler.
Ready?
Yeah.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Gennaro and members of the committee. My name is Tyler Taba, and I'm the Director of Policy and Government Affairs at the Waterfront Alliance. I'm here today to urge the city to make dedicated and baseline investments in the FY27 budget that move us past the era of one-off waterfront plans and projects and toward a more comprehensive and permanent framework for our coastline. I echo a lot of what was shared here by my colleagues on the panel already. I'll just state a couple of our budget priorities. Yeah. Longer testimony has been submitted written and I think in front of you. So starting with resilience, adaptation, and preparedness, we desperately need to build capacity and stability for the agencies that are tasked with our physical defense. Waterfront Alliance supports a $2 billion budget for the New York City Department of Environmental Protection. And also specifically, we're calling for $15 million for the Bureau of Coastal Resilience within the Department of Environmental Protection. And I can get into the specifics of why that bureau is so important if that's helpful. On the topic of DEP, we also urge the council and the city to reject the water rental payment, and we know that you've been a leader on this, and we strongly support your leadership. Instead, the city should be reallocating long-term funding for DEP's current portfolio of climate resilience projects like the cloudburst management and blue belt programs and the green and other green infrastructure programs. Staffing capacity also has to be extended to New York City parks, and while this is not a parks hearing, nearly 30% of the total land that the Parks Department manages includes waterfront parks, beaches, and boardwalks. So given the Waterfront Committee, we also feel very strongly that parks are a critical first line of defense for resiliency, waterfronts, and environmental protection. And this preliminary budget for parks is $33 million less than the FY26 adopted budget, and we don't think that's acceptable. To ensure that our neighbors are also ready for the impacts of that we can no longer avoid from climate change, we're requesting $2 million for NISM's Strengthening Communities program and $1.2 million for expanding cooling center hours. And Waterfront Alliance will continue to call out this stark disparity in waterfront access where more than 800,000 New Yorkers live within a half mile of the waterfront but lack a public access point. The city must fund commitments made in the comprehensive waterfront plan to fix those issues of equity, and we specifically call for the completion of the 132nd Street Pier in the South Bronx. I have a couple of other things on maritime and working waterfronts, but those are also in our written testimony. Thank you for your time, and happy to work with you on any of these issues.
Yeah, thank you, Tyler. Appreciate you and the Waterfronts. The Waterfronts Alliance gave me my first environmental award when I had like a 32-inch waist and full head of black hair. It was like 20-something years ago. I got a life preserver. It said Hero of the Harbor. And they're like, I got this life preserver. You know, like you'd see on a ship. You know, the white one with the roping around it and stuff like that.
That's right. We're still doing the Heroes of the Harbor, so we'll invite you to our next gala this fall.
Yeah, I love to go to galas where I'm not being honored. Yeah, that's what that's what I like. Yeah. But getting back to Eric, I'm concerned about this Land Act thing because it's hard for me, to get into the weeds on what a, realistic, must-do, cost-effective strategy would, because OMB is just going to poo-poo this. If there's any way that NRDC could give us like a template of what we should be asking for. I'll talk to the chair of the finance committee and all the money that's on the table, where if we, of course, I think DEP put a pretty good, I don't want to call it spin, but a pretty good, try to create an image of a Kensico that was going to serve us well in perpetuity. But that's that real estate's really expensive, and whatever you think, like whatever NRDC thinks, because you know, they're going to say, we're going to do land act, whatever. And, you know, it's just, we're not working it as hard as you are. So we're sort of dependent upon, you know, what you and your organization and like-minded organizations believe would be, you know, very cost, you know, a critical way to save money, like over the long term.
Yeah.
Because if we got to go down the road of this filtration plant, there's not enough money on the planet. Forget about like the lead replacement lines. I mean, you know, building this filtration plant or whatever, and however long it's going to take to build it, and the untold billions of dollars is just like, forget it. You know, we just don't, you know, we shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
So what do you think
Well,
about that?
we'll give you some additional information on that, but the city has overall done a good job over these past 30 years, and that's why they've been able to save billions of dollars. Again, the estimate that you heard today, at least tens of billions, so 20 billion to build a new plant, operating expenses of 300 to 400 million a year, because it would consume vast amounts of energy to filter a billion gallons of water a day. And it would be an enormous undertaking that would take at least 20 years, according to the commissioner today.
Right.
So it's cost effective, even if ultimately 50 years from now, the city has to filter perhaps some of its system. The pollution prevention activities that they do now will be money well invested and saved. And again, the land acquisition program is just one piece of dozens of programs, but it's an important one. And the city has continued over the years to refine the characteristics of which lands it should acquire. So it's really down now to the top priority lands around Kensico, West Branch, and the two terminal reservoirs right near the streams. It's not hundreds of millions of dollars. It's maybe tens of millions of dollars a year. We need to make sure that that money is in the budget. And also, since EPA is no longer doing the job it had historically done, we need to make sure it's incorporated into the next filtration avoidance determination.
Oh, right.
And so the council can be helpful there in down the line in months and a year from now as that plan develops.
Now, you know, by the time we have our FAD hearing, it's going to, like, the budget's going to be adopted by then, you know. But we still should have that here. So first, let's
because
just
we're really looking for this next 10-year period.
Yeah, but I think we need to get something now so we can advocate that go in the budget. And then we can, you know, talk long term when we have that.
Great.
You know, oversight hearing. And yeah, always great to see you. Yeah.
Thank you for all your good work over the years, over the decades.
Yeah, these years are adding up. Yeah, these years are adding up. And from this gentleman, Food and Water Wash, you're going to give me your heat pump idea. You know, just submit that. You know, so we can get the benefit of that. You know, the heat pump for the small, you know, for buildings that are not under local law 97 or anything like that.
Yeah, there's
But
one number I didn't get in. There's about almost 1 million of these small buildings. Some of them are supermarkets.
Yeah.
And what-
There was yeah, the most common, or the most of all the building types in New York City, the most common building type is the single family home.
Yeah.
Is the most common.
Yeah.
It doesn't represent a big slice of the pie chart in terms of where people live, but that's, yeah. So my house is in that, you know, in that little, now I feel like having pie. So I just did that to myself, you know. And Alia. And so, and what's your name again? Tyler. And so, you know, we want to build a coalition on this, like, rental payment thing. Just speaking in all candor, I mean, there's, you know, there's, I don't really think the mayor has a way out of not doing a rental payment this year. I just don't think so. We're talking about 10% property tax increase, and, you know, so it's just, you know, I think it's gonna, and I think what's gonna do, what we need the coalition for is not to convince the mayor not to do it. Mayor doesn't even, the mayor has never heard the words rental payment. He doesn't know what it means. His budget director, you know, is not telling him. So it's just like, what does he know? And so this is all from OMB, but the coalition is for good guys, you know, people who chair the New York State Senate and Assembly corporations committees. They're both from Queens. I know them both very well, and so you know, I think we have to make a move on them. I mean, I already did talk to them, and one of them submitted a bill to me, but I've been involved with medical stuff or whatever. I don't think it's gonna, but we got to get that to happen. Only that can take that away. Yeah. And then it's a question of also, once we're looking at it, there's taking away the budget payment, taking away the rental payment. There's also the reality that, you know, they created the regulated entity, the water utility, which is DEP. The other regulated entity, the water board is the regulator, and the water finance does what it does. But you know, the water board has no independent staff. Like the executive director of the water board is a DEP deputy commissioner, and the only place where they get information from is from DEP. So the regulator and the regulated entity are one and the same thing. I mean, does that really work? You know, I mean, it's generally not healthy if that's the case. And the head of the water finance authority is the budget director. Okay, and so the city budget director, you know, heads the water finance authority. You know, authorities are supposed to be. So this is a long conversation as to what we can do, but the rental payment has really like got to go, and so we have to build and they're going to want to do it. Like if I was in the state legislature, chair of the corporations committee, so yeah, so I'm making things right for my constituents, because their constituents live in New York City, both of them. They're not from, you know, Yates County, you know, they're from. I made that up. I hope there is a Yates County. There actually is. We got a Wyoming County. All right, okay, you know, what's that? Okay, yeah. And so, yeah, my counsel's telling me to shut up. And so, we'll do this. So this is a great panel, good ideas. Looking forward to the stuff on the land deck. Harvey, do you have something?
Yeah, you know what? We are in a bit of fiscal problem here in the city, right? So whatever you all can do to help us on the state level to talk about raising our income tax in New York City, in the one house budget's both in the Assembly and the Senate. Both houses have proposed allowing the city to raise their income tax. That's what's going to get us out of this fiscal crisis. You know, we're not going to be able to, if we're going to push from one agency to the other, it's not going to resolve it. So I hope that all of you over the next 2 weeks before the April 1st deadline for the state budget will help us like loosen the belt a little of Albany to get us more resources, because if that doesn't happen, none of this can happen.
Thank you, council member, former member of the state legislature, who knows everything about Albany, and no, I was going to say something else, but the council just told me to shut up, and so.
No one knows everything about Albany. I remember Dick Godfrey's last year, after 52 years, he said, I just learned something about Albany. I'm like, if you learned after 50 years something new about Albany, the rest of us are really in trouble.
Well, okay. Yeah, I want to thank this panel. Next panel. You gotta, let's see if you can. Yeah, Mackenzie Shoreman. It's almost like the former Congressman Scheuer, Shoreman from Riverkeeper. Audie Soucy, New York Lawyers. David Abreu, Save the Sound. Jacob Franco. Wow, that is really good handwriting. New York School of Law Enforcement, Environmental Law Clinic. Where's Jacob? Okay. Oh, we're waiting on Jacob? So we got, oh, how many slips do I have? I have 5 slips and 3 witnesses. Oh, I'm sorry. Brendan Cheney, New York Housing Conference. And I got, okay. Bill? No. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, so now we have 4 witnesses. I got testimony from, for this panel, we got Riverkeeper testimony. Anyone else have written testimony? Oh, I'll save the sound. Yep, I got it right here. Okay. Did Jacob ever make it? Okay. No, I commented on your handwriting was very clear. And so I really did appreciate that. So in honor of Jacob, we're going to flip it around. We're going to go from my left to my right. Oh, sorry. Oh, we have a 5th panelist? Oh, right. Okay. Let me see those slips. Oh, was the one? Yeah, it was the one we're doing now. So I always forget her name. Wow. What's her name? Is she a panelist? Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. They're just ordering the witness slips so I can see. You hanging or you going? Okay, good. What's this going? It's going that way, right? Right, so I'll start at the bottom. Right. Okay. All right. So who's on the end? No, but I said we're going this way. Yeah. Oh, you're Jacob. No, you're Brendan. Okay, Brendan. Yeah. Okay. So Brendan, we're going to start from you. New York Housing Conference. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your patience. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Brendan Cheney. I'm the Director of Policy and Operations at the New York Housing Conference. We're a nonprofit affordable housing advocacy organization. I've submitted my written testimony, so I'm just going to summarize it here.
Oh, it's good. I just want to make sure that they start the clock at a certain point. Please.
All right.
Yeah.
So we are concerned about distressed affordable housing where costs are higher than income. One of the contributing factors to this is the high cost of water rates.
Right.
And so over the past 5 years, water rates have increased by nearly 5% per year on average, including 8.5% in 2025. According to UNHP, who's been a leading advocacy group around water rates for the past 30 years, they estimate that water payments will be $2,000 per unit per year by 2030, leaving affordable housing buildings over their head in water costs.
Right.
Given the extent of this stress in affordable housing, the following steps are needed to help control water rates. One, DEP and the Water Board need to maintain minimal water increases over the coming years. 2, the city must stop collecting the rental payment from the Water Board. We appreciate your advocacy on this. We fully support it. And then 3, expand the multifamily water assistance program. So increase the per apartment credit to $500. It hasn't been increased since the program started, and it's just at $250 now. So 10 years ago it was $250. It hasn't increased since then. Increase the budget to $100 million to serve a total of 200,000 apartments. Right now the program is over-enrolled and underused. And then just 2 small regulatory things: revise the regulatory agreement requirement to 3 years, and then extend the renewal requirement from annual to multi-year, just to make the program easier to use. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Happy to answer any questions.
No, thank you. Thank you for that. Now, where's Josh from my staff? Josh, you around? Okay. Yeah, just make sure you meet with Brendan once he steps off the panel, because I'd like this in writing, because I'm going to be having a face-to-face meeting with the commissioner, and I'll just bring it up, because, all right, if we're not going to do anything about the rental payment this year, we got to do something on the everything he said. I want to walk that into the commissioner's office. I'll claim credit for it. I'm not going to mention him, but You know, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm just like, sorry. We'll stand behind you. Okay, great. Yeah, so make sure you see Josh. And Jacob with the great writing.
Thank you, Chair Gennaro. Good afternoon. My name is Jacob Franco. I am a law student here at NYU, as well as a member of the NRDC's Environmental Law Clinic. This year, Mayor Mamdani has recommended a $313 million rental payment from the city's ratepayers back to the city's general fund. As you've spoken to and other members of this panel, I would just like to reiterate a few points about how harmful this rental payment is to both ratepayers as well as the DEP's operations. We got the chance to hear from Commissioner Garcia and her staff about the ongoing and planned infrastructure projects across the state that the DEP is implementing. All of these would be better served by the hundreds of millions of dollars that the city's ratepayers are paying each year to the general fund. And additionally, as you noted, the rental payment concept is a tool that goes back to the 1980s when the city was in the midst of a financial crisis and established these independent agencies in order to make sure that the water system was self-sufficient.
I was there.
As you mentioned.
Yeah.
And ultimately, this rental payment was a shrinking payment that paid outstanding city general debt, and now it has become a ballooning payment that is continuing going forward and simply serves the city's general fund, siphoning away from water resources while raising rates for ratepayers. And again, as you know, this is a highly regressive form of the tax. The Water Board is required by law to implement rates that are equal to all of its operational costs as well as any rental payment requested.
But they're
by the
bound by law to hand over the rental payment if the mayor asks for it.
Exactly. So as the Independent Budget Office has testified to, when the mayor raises rental payments, this ultimately is passed on to the consumer eventually. You've spoken to how drawing down the reserves can buffer that for a bit, but ultimately it will be felt by ratepayers in a regressive manner. This is completely antithetical to this administration's number one priority, which is increasing affordability within the city. And as everyone on this panel has spoken to, would ask that when you go to the council, when the council responds to the mayor's preliminary budget, you make all efforts to reduce this payment in FY27. You've spoken to the difficulties there, but going forward for the baseline and into FY30, where we have a planned $400 million rental payment, to make all efforts to reduce and eliminate it by then. Thank you.
I got to get that done. I'm getting older and I got to get that done. And so we have the rudiments of a coalition here that'll, stand with us. But the budget director is never not going to take a rental payment. It's like we have to take the ability away that they just can't do it, and only the state legislature can do that. But thank you, Jacob, for and so you prosecute cases under the supervision of an attorney, right?
Well, I work with Mr. I work with Mr. Goldstein at the NRDC as a member of the clinic, but this is ultimately a class. I'm not an employee of NRDC. I'm a student.
Right, but but you work at the environmental law clinic, right?
Yes.
So, and what they do is they bring people to court, right?
It's a mix. Right now, I'm participating in the clinic, testifying in front of the city council on a harmful rental payment, but also working on the Kensico Westchester County reservoir as well.
Just on your handwriting alone, it's like you're my guy. Thank you for your work and working with Eric too. You're like, forget about it. It's like, David Abreu, Save the Sound.
Yes, good afternoon. Excuse me. My name is David Abreu, and I'm the Clean Water Advocacy Specialist at Save the Sound. Thank you, Chair Gennaro, and of course, the Environmental Protection and Waterfront Committee for the opportunity to testify today. I'm testifying today in support of the Rise to Resilience Coalition, the SWIM Coalition, and our shared budget priorities for climate resilience and clean water solutions that protect New York City and Long Island Sound. Save the Sound is a nonprofit organization working to protect and restore the entire Long Island Sound region, and New York City is closely tied to the westernmost portion of the Long Island Sound, encompassing parts of the Bronx and Queens. The waterways that make up the Western Narrows face significant water quality impairments that impact New Yorkers' ability to safely access their local bodies of water. Our Long Island Sound report card provides science and data-driven grades for water quality in the open waters of the Long Island Sound, and every year since 2008, the open waters of the Western Narrows have received an F grade. While there have been moderate improvements over time, climate change threatens to halt and potentially undo decades of progress. And furthermore, based on a 3-year average of annual failure rates, wet weather fails in the westernmost region of the Sound, combining Westchester County and New York City, added up to 14.9% in 2020 to 2022 versus 20.8% in 2020 to 2024. So a significant increase. Bold investment is needed to ensure that the hard work done by the city to improve water quality conditions is not undone. And with that, Save the Sound and our coalition partners recommend the following budget recommendations for fiscal year 27 to protect Long Island Sound and New York City. Many of these have been expanded upon already by our allies today, and they're expanded in our written testimony. The first is to fully fund the Department of Environmental Protection at $2 billion to address New York City's aging water infrastructure. The second, and acknowledging the discussions that we had today, reject the New York City Water Board rental payment and the fiscal year 27 budget and beyond. Third is to allocate long-term funding for the city's current portfolio of climate resilience projects, such as the Cloudburst Management and Blue Belt program.
Keep going, you got my attention.
The fourth is to provide $4 million to fully fund and implement the Unified Stormwater Rule. The fifth is to fully fund the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice to complete the planning and engagement required to fulfill local laws 122 and 149 and develop the 5-borough adaptation plan. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your leadership in ensuring that New Yorkers have access to safe and swimmable waters.
Yeah. Thank you, David. And you didn't mention, I'm just curious, you might know more than I do on this. The city has significant nitrogen reduction efforts in any of their sewage treatment plants that discharge into the East River, which goes into the Sound. How are we doing on nitrogen reduction? Are we doing okay on that, or?
Well, again, we've had moderate increases over time. There's still a long way to go to really address, CSOs and stormwater runoff, which
Right.
really drive that nitrogen pollution. And we're in a predicament now that we're in that point where we can take it to the next level and continue to reduce nitrogen, or climate change could really be that barrier that blocks us
Right.
from moving further.
Now, I remember once upon a time, this is going back to I forget who he was with, Eric probably knows him, Mark Tedesco with the 58.5% reduction over X amount of years or whatever. That was a
Recently
long time
retired.
ago.
Yes.
Did that ever happen? Did we get to 58.5% reduction?
I'm not quite sure right now on the levels that we're at now, and I could follow up after
Yeah.
this panel.
So Mark's retired now?
Yes, recently. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Do you know him, Eric? Yeah. And so who did he work for?
EPA, Long Island Sound Partnership, or previously an Long Island Sound Study.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Because he was like the guy for a long time.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, I don't remember what I had for breakfast, but I remember Mark Tedesco's name.
Left a good legacy behind.
Yeah, he was a good guy. No, thank you very much. Do we have written testimony from you? Yes. Okay.
Yes, I submitted.
Oh, right, here it is. Right, thank you. Audie, right? Is that right? Audie?
Yes, that's right.
Is that a nickname?
It's a chosen name.
Oh, a chosen name. Because my mother's name was Audrey.
Oh,
That's what some of her friends would call her Aud or Audie sometimes.
Yeah, I get questions about Audie Murphy a lot. The World War II fighter pilot.
Audie Murphy's before my time, which is yeah. I just thought maybe it was Audrey, but no, it's a nice, happy name. So, please commence with your good testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Audie Susi. I'm a staff attorney with the Environmental Justice Program at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. Our program works on a variety of community-driven initiatives, but today I'd like to discuss the critical issue of sewer backups and flooding. As I'm sure you're aware, sewer infrastructure in the city is becoming increasingly overwhelmed by intense rainfall because of climate change. As noted in the mayor's management report, there were nearly 3,000 sewer backup complaints in the first 4 months of fiscal year 26, which is a 23% from the same period in fiscal year 25. As you probably know, when sewers are full, sewage can back up into a home. It comes through showers, sinks, toilets, and basement drains. And communities in which the city has historically invested less money and resources disproportionately bear the burdens of this type of flooding and sewage backup. Sewer backups have become routine in some neighborhoods in Queens. The DEP reported 12,548 sewer backup complaints between fiscal years 20 and 24, and close to 5,000 of those 12,500 came from Queens residents, as compared to fewer than 400 from Manhattan residents. Some of these communities, such as in South Jamaica, rely upon failing shared private sewer lines that private developers installed decades ago. And these are ongoing legacies of the history of historic redlining. One such neighborhood is in Southeast Queens on 106th Road and 107th Avenue. Residents there desperately need the city to provide what most residents in New York already have, a safe functioning public sewer line. In 2023, DEP assured residents that this failing shared private sewer line serving 20 homes would be replaced by a public line in 2 to 3 years, but we later heard through the borough president's office that that would be pushed back for years for unknown reasons. In the meantime, these residents continue to suffer with regular sewer backups whenever it rains. So we ask that the committee ensure that DEP has the funds that it needs to fund this and other critical capital projects. Transparent communication with DEP has been an ongoing issue for our clients and these community members. We're hopeful that with the passage of Local Law 70, which requires the DEP to create a dashboard communicating the status of DEP projects, and Local Law 87, which creates a task force to report on the implementation of the Southeast Queens Flooding Adaptation Plan, that this will improve. And I know in the past
That was my law. That was my law.
Yes,
Yeah.
which we
Yeah.
appreciate. And your office generously last fall offered to assist us in trying to facilitate communication with the DEP. Unfortunately, probably due to the transition, that was not successful. But we are hoping that with the advent of a new administration,
Right.
things will improve so that we
And
can
also, this commissioner is like very impressed with my detailed knowledge. So it's just like, she can't hide from me, you know. And she's very nice. So I've heard nothing but great things about her. I saw her today. And so, see Josh, my legislative director, if you turn right around, and that particular project, when I meet with the commissioner, I'll just ask her to do it. And another thing we did also the, there was areas of the city that have coastal water impacts that have always been the case when it comes to flooding and backups and all that. And we just did another law recently, the council did, for inland flooding areas from pluvial, like not from, not coastal flooding, but rain flooding. Right. And so there's a whole set of maps now where, under this City of Yes and basement apartments and whatnot, where you can't have basement apartments because they're more prone to that. Yep. And I did a law, I don't know what became of it, but where people can get city assistance to get what's the technology called? Like a
backup valve?
Backflow valves. Yeah, backflow valves. And so, that was like 2 years ago or something. And we can give you more information on that if you.
That would be great.
Talk to Josh about it. He can get that for you. Thank you. I don't know if they've drafted rules for it or what. We just pass laws and we just go forward. We don't get a chance to look back that much. But when it comes up, then I think of it. Okay. And so we can do that. So Audie, thank you very much for your good testimony. And I think lawyers are great.
Some more than others. Thank you.
Most lawyers, I watched all of It was the two guys who were lawyers. It's a big show. Suits, yeah. And so, yeah, I'm almost a lawyer myself now, watching that. What's that? I'm sure it isn't. I'm sure it isn't. People yelling and screaming at each other. I'm sure they just like, you can't be worked up your whole life, you know. Riverkeeper, we saved Riverkeeper, Mackenzie. And so, wow, we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. My name is Mackenzie Sherman, and I'm the legal program intern at Riverkeeper. Thank you, Chair Gennaro and members of the committee for your leadership and for the opportunity to testify today. I would also like to thank the staff of DEP for their dedicated
You speak
work.
a little louder right into the mic.
Sure. So New York City is on the front lines of climate change, while the city's critical water infrastructure systems require significant investment to maintain current levels of service and to meet the challenges posed by the changing climate. To provide needed leadership and address these challenges, we urge the Council to support 8 critical priorities in this year's budget. 1, fully fund DEP at $2 billion, including $75 million to restore agency staffing and fill 800 vacancies. 2, reject the $313 million rental payment from the NYC Water Board. 3, allocate $10 million for DEP to complete the legislatively mandated Comprehensive Stormwater Master Plan. 4, fund $4 million to support full implementation of the Unified Stormwater Rule. 5, fully fund the Bureau of Coastal Resiliency at $15 million for staffing, planning, and operations. 6, allocate $10 million for DCAS and DEP to complete the Renewable Rikers Master Plan. 7, fully fund Ashokan Reservoir upgrades, including the Ashokan Headworks Project and the supplemental EIS for muddy discharges into the lower Esopus Creek. And finally, 8, fully fund MOCEJ to develop a 5-borough adaptation plan as required by Local Law 122 and 149. A $2 billion budget for DEP would fill gaps in agency funding from federal cuts and support critical infrastructure. The proposed increase in DEP's budget could be funded by eliminating the planned rental payment from the NYC Water Board. Today, we are faced with unprecedented attacks on climate mitigation and resiliency work from the federal government. We need bold leadership from the New York City Council and this administration to ensure that adequate funding and resources are provided to critical agencies to protect our communities and prepare our city for this climate reality. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much. I've always enjoyed working with Riverkeeper, and you make great suggestions. I wasn't, or made a great recommendation. I wasn't aware that, you know, we passed the law on the comprehensive stormwater management plan, but according to your notes, your testimony, that's not being fully funded. We should look at that. Like that was us, you know. All right, so she just made a note, and so we're good. And so I want to thank this panel very much. You guys did a great job, and so. Appreciate it. And whoever I told you to see, Josh, you should, you know, see the folks out in the hall so we don't have a disruption. How many? Calling the next panel. Looks like Syra. Sierra, I'm sorry. National Clean Water Collective. Okay. Christopher Hausman, representing Field Forum. Cecilia Ellis, also New York Lawyers in Nyberg. And Alicia Grulon, I don't know, representing yourself. And so, good for you. And so now we're going to go from this way, that way. And so, and let's see what I've got testimony from the Housing Conference and from Alicia. And so, Sierra, is that right? Oh, Sierra, okay. But we're gonna, so what's your name? Oh, okay, so we're gonna start this way, we're gonna go that way.
Okay, great.
All right.
Hi, thank you, Committee Chair Gennaro. I am Cecilia Ellis. I'm Policy and Communications Manager with NYPIRG, the New York Public Interest Research Group. We work with college students and do research and advocacy, the largest student-directed nonprofit, nonpartisan group in the state. I am thanking you for the opportunity to testify about the city budget in support of a program you heard about earlier, Heat Pumps for All, which addresses affordability in the climate crisis. Local Law 97, as you know, covers large buildings, and Local Law 154 covers new buildings, but there are no requirements for roughly 900,000 smaller existing buildings, 500,000 of which are 1 to 2 family homes. We want to urge the council to include a $10 million allocation in this year's budget for a program to pay the upfront costs of upgrading such homes to clean, energy-efficient heat pumps. It is paramount to the current moment that New York City moves boldly to shore up environmental protection efforts that are within our independent power, such as prioritizing building decarbonization. An initial allocation of $10 million to implement a program starting in 2027 would bring heat pumps to 1,000 homes at a $10,000 per unit subsidy. The city would be creating and championing a substantial affordability and union jobs program to upgrade small buildings to energy efficiency. We anticipate this program to be wildly popular and envision it growing from year to year to expand the number of homes that can benefit. The cost-benefit savings are immediate for homeowners still dependent on oil boilers, and a good investment in the long term for folks on the natural gas system. So we urge the council to set up a $10 million initial allocation in the upcoming city budget to begin a program to upgrade 1,000 homes in 2027. We also endorse the funding call for Green Healthy Schools, investment in $2.2 billion for public school infrastructure upgrades, and we feel it was a mistake to not include $6.2 million funding for the community composting program. And we heard earlier reference to we feel that an easy, simple solution to climate resiliency, which is critical for the long-term livability of New York City, is installing absorbent and neighborhood cooling daylighting infrastructure, such as bioswales. And so, particularly if the Climate Change Superfund Act is not held up in court, New York City will be on the hook for all of these bills associated with climate disaster. We support increasing the funding for daylighting beyond the current expected budget.
Thank you. Really appreciate your good testimony.
Thank you.
You guys going? Have a good one. Okay. See you soon. And so, yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Christopher Hauserman. I'm currently working at Field Form, a landscape design resilient studio specializing in distributed stormwater management and drainage solutions that integrates small-scale infrastructure into thoughtful, climate-responsive designs. We're very happy to allow me to testify today, and I'm also testifying on behalf of the Rise to Resilience Coalition and the SWIM Coalition on their budget priorities for climate resilience and clean water solutions for New York City. We strongly urge the city budget to reflect the reality of climate change, that climate change is already here, and that critical investments in climate and clean water infrastructure are needed to ensure that New Yorkers are prepared. New York City has witnessed firsthand the risks and impacts that climate change poses on our residents, infrastructure, and natural resources. Flooding events are the most common climate-related hazard across the city, where nearly 14% of New Yorkers, which is about 1.3 million people, live within or adjacent to the 100-year floodplain. Furthermore, an estimated 75,000 homes, which are worth about $3 billion in property value, face a 20% risk annually of stormwater damage. Climate risks and impacts are no longer abstract or projections of the future. They are tangible and measurable. A key indicator is that in the last 4 years, we've seen the 5 highest single-hour rain events in the city. While these events will get worse and they are not completely avoidable, there are critical policy priorities that can reduce the burden and their impacts on New Yorkers. In order to reduce the city's vulnerability to climate change, direct and bold action must be taken immediately. That starts with making critical investments in the city budget toward a more resilient and equitable, healthy future. We're calling on the City Council to focus on the following critical priorities for this year's budget. 1, to fully fund the Department of Environmental Protection at $2 billion, to also restore their staffing to pre-COVID levels and to fill 800 vacancies currently at DEP. We also would like to reject the $313 million rental payment from the New York City Water Board, and also provide $10 million for DEP to complete the comprehensive stormwater master plan. This also $4 million to fully implement the unified stormwater rule. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And just give me a second for you. I have to. There's this little. I don't want to interrupt you while I'm doing this. That's mildly embarrassing. Something I take from my stomach. It's a long story. There's these little pouches, you know. When you're old, you can get away with stuff like this. It's like nobody cares. It's just like, yeah, whatever. At least he's still sitting upright, you know. God forbid he falls over, you know. Then we've all got to get involved. Whatever. Like, nobody wants that. Although the sergeants would, yeah, sergeants would take care of me. Yeah. Please.
All right. Good afternoon.
Yeah, you got to.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Gennaro, members of the committee. My name is Sierra Scott. I'm the founder and executive chairman of the National Clean Water Collective. I do thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony and testify. I'm here in support of the Rise to Resilience Coalition and to emphasize a critical gap in our current climate and infrastructure investments, which is community level water safety. At the National Clean Water Collective, we work directly in communities. We started in Flint, Michigan, by the way, even though I live here. But we work directly in communities, providing water education, testing and sampling, and implementation and pipe replacements, and water filtration systems in areas where residents are already at risk. What we are seeing is clear. It's aging infrastructure. Environmental exposure and limited access to testing are leaving communities without real time information about the quality of their water. In New York City, buildings constructed before 1961 may still have lead service lines or plumbing components, with the highest risk in older housing stock, making community-based testing, education, and filtration systems point of use, which is on the tap, essential. Excuse me, guys. Where am I at? Essential to protecting public health. Climate resilience cannot stop at large-scale infrastructure. It must include what is happening at the tap. And we are urging that the council to allocate funding for community-based water testing programs, public education, and point-of-use filtration systems in high-risk neighborhoods. These are cost-effective, immediate interventions that protect public health while larger infrastructure projects are underway. We also encourage the city to partner with organizations like ourselves, like myself, in the work that we're doing. With organizations already doing the work to expand reach, improve data collection, and ensure resources are reaching the communities that need it most. If we are serious about resilience, we must ensure that every New Yorker has access to safe, reliable, and trusted water. I thank you for your time, commitment to protecting New Yorkers. We look forward to working in partnership to ensure that every community has access to safe, reliable water.
Thank you very much. It was great testimony. We appreciate it. Make sure we have our copy of it.
Yes, we'll do.
Thank you
very much.
And finally, yeah, you're good.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alicia Grillon, and I am an artist, professor, writer, and lifelong Bronxite, daughter of immigrants from the Dominican Republic, and a parent raising a family in an unforgiving economy. I'm also a community gardener, deeply committed to the future of New York City's green spaces. I remember Hurricane Sandy and Hurricane Katrina, and many of our young people do not. But those events remind us how quickly climate disaster becomes a lived reality. During the pandemic, I collaborated with other Black and brown women, queer gardeners, artists, and organizers in Kingsbridge to transform an abandoned park into a space for grieving, healing, and learning. As food apartheid deepened, we partnered with City Harvest and organized mutual aid, distributing culturally relevant food, PPE, and education while restoring land and supporting public health. The Parks Department eventually shut down our garden, and that experience showed me how vulnerable these spaces are and how essential collective advocacy is. Community gardens, rooted in movements of the 1970s, have long been acts of survival, stewardship, and community governance. Today, they remain vital climate infrastructure, absorbing water, cooling neighborhoods, and sustaining community life. I'm proposing a percent for green policy, modeled after local law 65, percent for art, to allocate a small percentage of publicly funded construction budgets towards community gardens, bioswales, trees, and local stewardship networks. These spaces are not amenities, they are essential climate infrastructure. New Yorkers in EJ communities have been doing this work for decades, and we just haven't funded it yet. Environmental justice is not abstract. It is about whether our buses run, our neighborhoods flood, and our children can breathe clean air. Investing in green space is climate protection. How much we love this city will be measured by how much we protect the land and the communities that sustain it. Thank you very much, and I look forward to talking to you.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, to the extent that you have like an outline for your proposal, we'd appreciate receiving that.
Sure, absolutely.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Great. And so, what's that? Oh, fine. Okay. All right. I really thank this panel. And we're going to go to remote, but I have to just step out for a second. But you know, we really appreciate your good testimony and your patience for waiting all this time.
Thank you.
Yeah, we really appreciate that. We will now turn to remote testimony. Once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the Sergeant at Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. And then, okay. And the first witness is Chauncey Young. We look forward to your good testimony.
You may begin.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Chauncey Young, and I am the coordinator of the Harlem River Coalition and a board member of the Bronx Council for Environmental Quality. Thank you, Chairperson Gennaro and members of the committee for your leadership and the opportunity to testify today. I'm testifying today in support of the Rise to Resilience Coalition and the SWIM Coalition, and for the budget priorities for climate resilience and clean water solutions for New York City. The Bronx Council for Environmental Quality is the oldest environmental organization in the borough of the Bronx and is a founding member of the Harlem River Coalition. The Harlem River Coalition represents groups on both sides of the Harlem River in the Bronx and Upper Manhattan and has been working to reconnect community members to the Harlem River, improve water quality, and advocate for greenway development and on-water recreational programs. The Harlem River unfortunately remains the body of water in New York State with the largest number of combined sewage overflows of any body of water. Crucially, the Harlem River quality continues to suffer due to sewage contamination during large rain events, and investing in comprehensive green infrastructure solutions is essential to capture storm runoff, reduce CSO discharges, and ultimately make the Harlem River safe for recreational and ecological health. The Harlem River Coalition and BCQ strongly urge city's budget to reflect the reality that climate change is already here and that critical investments in climate and green water infrastructure are needed to ensure that New Yorkers are prepared. The Harlem River Coalition and BCQ. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay. New York City has witnessed firsthand the risks and impact that climate change poses to our residents, infrastructure, and natural resources. Flooding events are most common climate-related hazard
Your
throughout
time's
the city.
expired.
No worries. I'll submit my testimony. Sorry about that.
No, no problem whatsoever. We really appreciate your waiting to testify and giving us the benefit of your views. Next witness, Eric Eisenberg. Eric Eisenberg.
You may begin.
Thank you. Pulling up my notes here. I'm here today on behalf of myself, but I'm also a member of the New York Clean Air Collective to advocate for an additional $1 to $2 million a year, specifically for the DEP's idling unit. I was heartened to see the commissioner today mention several times the importance of combating truck idling in our city. It's a major source of air pollution, which kills people, which causes health events. And I'm also heartened to see that in the mayor's preliminary budget, there's already a significant additional allocation. And this was funded by its own revenues. So this is a self-funding program, and putting another 1 to 2 million in would actually be beneficial for the city's coffers. Right now, there are significant delays in ticket issuance, which is really unfair to the truck companies that get these tickets. They may, if a citizen submits a complaint, it may take a year for the DEP to issue a ticket, and that simply needs to be sped up through additional DEP resources, additional DEP full-time equivalent positions. And that's why I'm suggesting an additional 1 to 2 million more towards that. Currently, due to the lack of resources, DEP has been taking a number of shortcuts. They've been refusing to issue tickets to full-size box trucks that happen to illegally use passenger plates just to cut down on their workload. That shouldn't happen. We shouldn't be encouraging loopholes. We need the funding to do things right. Another very problematic shortcut is the DEP has been refusing to take complaints in foreign languages like French, Spanish, Haitian Creole, Chinese. Everybody deserves clean air. That's in our Constitution. and providing the resources for the DEP to review these foreign language complaints from our immigrant communities
Thank you. Your
about air
time's
pollution
expired, sir.
is vital. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your good testimony. We are working on that issue. I'll be working with the commissioner on that. Thank you for advocating for common sense with regard to idling and making our air cleaner. Appreciate you being here with us.
Thank you.
And next witness, Michelle, looks like Lubke. Michelle Lubke.
You may begin.
Okay, can I begin now? Sorry, I wasn't unmuted.
You may begin.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Lupke, and I'm the Program Manager for the Stormwater Infrastructure Matters, or SWIM Coalition. Thank you, Chair Gennaro and the committee for the opportunity to deliver public testimony on the SWIM Coalition's recommendations, for the preliminary budget hearings. On behalf of our more than 70 member organizations, many of whom you have heard from today, the SWIM Coalition has long advocated for more sustainable, resilient stormwater management as effects from climate change challenge and often overwhelm our current sewer systems. The SWIM Coalition, the Rise to Resilience Coalition, and our member groups strongly urge the city's budget reflect the current reality of climate change, which already affects millions of New York City residents today. Specifically, the SWIM Coalition recommends the following priorities in the fiscal 27 budget. Most importantly, we encourage rejection of the water rental payment. Funds paid by ratepayers should be used by DEP, not put into the general fund. I've already talked to Josh about that, so I'm on your list. Next, we strongly urge the City Council to allocate $4 million for DEP staff to fully implement the Unified Stormwater Rule, which is imperative given the priority of affordable residential development. Affordability should not come at the cost of clean water. The SWIM Coalition supports investment in nature-based green infrastructure solutions, including DEP's Cloudburst program and Blue Belt programs that manage large amounts of stormwater. Additionally, we are advocating for adequate funding for DEP to fully staff their Bureau for Coastal Resilience, long-term funding for climate-related resilience projects, and full funding of the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice to develop a 5-borough adaptation plan, among their other important roles. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. Our more extensive written comments will be submitted later. As always, the SWIM Coalition looks forward to partnering with the City Council to advance any and all of these recommendations and initiatives, and I'm happy to discuss any or all of these items in more detail with you at any point.
Thank you so much, Michelle. I really appreciate you and the SWIM Coalition for really giving us good, concise, testimony that's practical and implementable. And so we really appreciate, the advocacy and the help. We could use it. Have a good day. Appreciate it. All right. Bye-bye. And next we have Michael Streeter. Michael Streeter.
You may begin.
Hi, my name is Michael Streeter. I'm a member of the New York Clean Air Collective, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. I've been dialing into these budget hearings for a few years now, and I'm always asking for the same thing. I'm a participant in the DEP's Citizen Air Complaint Program, but I'm also a champion and advocate, recruiter, cheerleader, whatever you want to call it. I was very pleased to hear the commissioner's comments about bringing on new staff to handle the backlog of idling complaints submitted by New Yorkers. But we need more people onboarded immediately. The program is behind on over 100,000 complaints going back as far as almost a year. It's critical that the city dig itself out of this hole. I suggest bringing on more staff, offering competitive salaries, and also increasing the salaries of current inspectors who do an outstanding job in reviewing complaints and representing them at oath hearings, and really prioritize this, because if a company breaks the law, it shouldn't take nearly a year for them to get the summons. Getting the summons in the mail is a feedback loop. It tells violators to stop idling, or else you get more tickets, and then that hopefully causes them to stress their staff that they need to reduce idling. And generally, that's what happens. And it works. But this backlog really undermines the overall impact and potential of the program when summonses aren't hitting mailboxes for close to a year. So the backlog really needs to be addressed in order for the program to have as much of an impact on air quality as possible, while at the same time being fair to respondents who should not be getting their summonses nearly a year after their violation. So getting more staff to turn around complaints faster really is critical. The program raises tens of millions of dollars each year, so an investment of 1 to 2 million it essentially funds itself.
Thank you. Your
Thank
time's
you,
expired,
everybody,
sir.
and Committee Chair Gennaro, thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Michael. We really appreciate those who are working with us to try to figure this out. I was also pleased to hear what the commissioner said about the allocation of increased resources to that vital service. And let's get this done. Let's get it resolved. Let's get the idling to end. Let's get it all done. And we couldn't do that without you, and we really appreciate you and like-minded people who want to make a difference. And so good for you for that. And I'm sure we'll be seeing you real soon. And have a good rest of your day.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, finally, if we advertently missed anyone who registered to testify today and is yet to be called, please use the Zoom raise hand function if you are testifying remotely, and you will be called in the order that your hand has been raised. If you are testifying in person, please come to the dais. Seeing no one, hearing no one, I will now close the hearing. Thank you to the members of the administration, members of the public who have joined us today. This hearing, well, almost. Yeah, I'm going to take a little item of personal privilege. And first of all, I want to thank all the staff, particularly Tanvir, who did such a great job in putting together all of the materials that almost ran the ink out of my printer last night when I was printing them all out, and for all the staff and my own legislative director, and also, as everyone on staff here knows, yesterday was the 10-year anniversary of the passing of my late wife, my late sainted wife, and I dedicate my efforts in today's hearing to her memory. And with that,
you.